Hi there, Dieters. Hey. Hey. Hi there. Hi there. Hello. We're beginning the stream. Ow! Pepper. That hurts. You good, Peppers? Goodness gracious. Ow! No bite. No bite. No bite. My cat, she wants to bite me. As soon as I start the stream, she's like, great time. Great time to bite. I must bite. How you doing, duties? Yes. Okay. I know. Are you good? Pepper? Ow. You good? All right. Watch, she's going to be like, no, stop petting me. Nope. I guess not. It's going to be all about being pet right now. Say hello to Pepper. Say hello. Say hello to the little duties. All right, hold on a sec. Let me get the music. I'll get some music on. Open up Edge. Ow. Ow. Why? Ow. Pepper. That hurts. Pepper. Please. Please. All right, hold on a sec. Where is my... Are you good, duties? Okay, bye-bye. Bye, Pepper. She's good. She's happy. She is happy. She's a happy bean. Okay. Let's put on some music. I'm going to put on some of this. It's not too loud, is it? Okay. Well, you know, I don't think I've ever actually, like, formally just talked face to face with Aron before. I'm excited. I should probably let everybody know that I am streaming. I'm excited. Hold on a sec. Hang tight. How wild is this? Look at this. Aron Ra's YouTube channel. I got Aron Ra to ping my YouTube channel. How cool is that? Yeah, look. Check that out. Not bad. Not bad for less than 1,000 subscribers. What 2118 says, how much Just wondering how much it would cost to start a quality learning center in Minnesota. Seems like a profitable business lately, especially when there's no kids. Good one. Emperor Fat Ass Dog saying is yes, Christianity is 100% logical. Nope. Nope. But check it out. We've got Aron Ra, who's going to be sharing this video. This is huge. I'm excited. What do y'all think of that? Emperor Fat Ass Dog says Aron is very dishonest. No, he is not. He's an extremely honest guy. Why do you think he's dishonest? Just because he disagrees with you? I swear to you, half the time when people say somebody is dishonest, it's only because they just disagree with them. It's not because of like any actual real empirical basis behind it. It's just one person going, "Oh, well, I don't know. I don't agree with them, so they must be dishonest." Come on. You're smarter than that, right? I hope. Anyway, it's getting hosted on Yerba Mate Talks. I figured, so I know Aron Ra for a fact does not like Discord. I would like to host a debate like this over Discord, but Aron Ra hates Discord, and I don't blame him. It's super toxic. Aron Ra's too old for that stuff. And so, I was like, okay, well, what about StreamYard? There's no association to modern day debate, and, and it's a small YouTuber. I'm sure Aron would be okay with it. And that's what I went with. And Aron was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. What 2118 says, Aron Ra is good with evolution and not that good with politics. I love his politics. Excadriller says, are you going to be talking about morality or reality in this debate? I'm going to be talking about whether or not that Christianity can be proven logically. I don't think it can. I think there's a really strong basis that you have to eschew logic in order to make it work with Christianity. But I'll let you know when the intros begin. We're not there on the intros. I'm excited. This is going to be cool. Should we pull up ground news while we wait? Or if you guys have any questions, I'll try to answer you. Oh yeah, this. Look at this. The US and Ukraine are a lot closer on a peace deal, Trump says after a meeting with Zelensky. So just for fun, you've got A and B that are fighting, and the way that you're going to solve A and B to stop fighting is that you're going to involve C to talk with A. And then they look at each other and be like, that sounds like a good idea. Let's see. Muaz Hassan 9227 says, yo, First Amendment, are you a Christian? Hell no. I used to be, long time ago. Emperor Vadas Dog says, I think Aron is a liar because he says the Big Bang is a fact. However, it is scientifically impossible for the Big Bang Theory to even happen. I thought the Big Bang is scientifically backed. Is that not the case? GGM says, Amender, is it logical to cut your dick off and put on a dress as a man to be a woman? Is it logical? Yeah, you can derive to a logical conclusion, sure. Isn't it also just a theory? How can it be a fact? So theories are a culmination of facts. Like collectively come to a single explanatory model, which is the theory. Cowcrapper says Big Bang is pretty well backed. It is. Also, just FYI, like, the Big Bang, yeah, I mean, that's not something that is really something to be disagreed about. Calcrapper says it is a robust model. That is correct. Z-Raid says literal geniuses like actual astrophysicists believe in God, but I'm sure YouTube man has all the answers. Well, I'm appealing to the geniuses. And then the second thing is just so you're aware, the guy who came up with the Big Bang Theory, that was a Christian. So it's perfectly coherent within your worldview. You're just, I don't know, upset because, I don't know, their podcasts told you to be upset. What 2118 says, regarding Ukraine, what would America do if China parked its military on the Mexico border? Probably enter negotiations with China. You realize that the offender here, right, is going to be Russia. Saying the U.S. and Ukraine are a lot closer on a peace deal, Trump says after a meeting with Zelensky. So Zelensky and the United States are in perfect agreement here. They're like, oh, that's a great plan. Let's do that plan. So check this out, right? Look at this. On December 28th, President Donald Trump hosted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago, with Zelensky saying the 20-point peace framework is a 90% agreed after talks. Now, check this out. The 20-point proposal originated from a U.S. and Russian negotiating track, growing from a Russian-led 28-point plan developed by Steve Witkoff. So they're like, what do they want? They want more plans? Where is Russia in these in negotiations? I don't understand. It's just stupid. First always has to belittle, says JI99A James. Well, I don't know. Don't say stupid shit all the time. Don't perpetually say dumb things and then not expect some pushback. I'm sorry. William W4G says, I thought Aron Ra was an atheist. Yeah, he is an atheist. I'm an atheist too. Emperor Fattest Dog, see if matter cannot be destroyed or created, then it's scientifically impossible for an explosion to happen if it came from nothing. Yeah, once again, it's not positing that it came from nothing. It's simply saying that everything came from a singular source. It doesn't say that it was all created then and there. It was all pushed into a mathematical singularity. Also, just FYI, the Big Bang can only be shown at a mathematical level. And when there was when they realized when all of the matter is compressed in that way and suddenly expands, then what we ought to observe, I believe, was the idea of the cosmic microwave background radiation. So we ended up looking for it and found it. What 2118 says, the Big Bang Theory is a matter of contention with astrophysicists now that the galaxy formation model is wrong. The galaxy formation model is not wrong. Z-Raid says, I'm probably not going to stick around when it actually starts. There's actually an oversaturation of Reddit atheists without this debate taking up my time. Okay, dude. What 2118 says, James Webb disproved the galaxy formation model? Okay, therefore Big Bang is false. William W4G says, Trump will get something done, I hope. I'm not going to say that he's going to work it out, but I hope he can. I'm just saying, listen, you have Donald Trump having conversations with Putin, and guess who's not invited? Russia. So what is happening? What exactly do you expect? Like both Ukraine and the United States is like, that's a good plan. Do you honestly think that Russia's going to be like, oh yeah, sure, good plan. Yeah, we're agreeing to you. Meanwhile, stepping up their invasion. Pull up the live UA map. What do we got? We're going to pull up the live UA map. Any ceasefire happening? Oh, what do you know? Oh, darn. Oh no. What's all this stuff? What happened? I thought they were doing all that good shit a second ago. Where's the peace plan? Genuine question. Jib says, unfortunately, when Aron dabbles into gender or trans topic, he drops the skepticism and uses for religious that he uses for religious claims. I'm unsure how this goes over his head. Aron dabbles into gender or trans. He just doesn't want to discriminate against trans people. I hardly have ever seen him talk about the trans topic, to be fair. William says he has to work it out separately, like when you have drama with two people. No, but you got to involve the guy and then get everybody to agree. Like that's my problem. If you don't involve the other guy and all it is just you two morons agreeing with one another, what's the chances that the war is going to stop? And look at all the firing. Look at all the war is continuing. The war, this is 4 hours ago. Explosions reported in Donetsk. So what the hell is this? Why isn't it showing? Come on. So we have explosions here in Donetsk. And it's like, that was 4 hours ago. Explosions reported in Kharkiv. Trump tells the press, I don't know about the supposed Ukrainian attack on Putin's home residence. Actually, I just heard about it, but I don't know about it. That would be too bad. That would not be good. Wait, where the hell is this? Oh my God, it's at his house. What a douchebag. Huh. You need separate convo before you're gathering. Dude, we're years into this. So here's what happens, right? In case you've never dealt with a despot before. Despots will say they're going to do a thing and then turn around and do the exact opposite. That's what he does. That's how Putin has maintained his power for as long as he has. He just goes in, lies, said about something, and then walks away. So I have zero reason to think that this is going to lead to anything beneficial. I really don't. I don't see it. I just don't see it. JI99A James says diplomacy is a process. We aren't trading lunch at the lunch table. Well, it is if you're talking about people that they're effectively like petulant children when it comes to these war leaders. William says, I am disappointed, but his efforts. But remember, Biden egged it on. How did Biden egg it on? They said that they were going to fight tooth and nail. In fact, Putin went out of his way to try to get Donald Trump elected because he knew that he would be able to continue his invasion if Republicans were presidents than it was for Democrats. That's true. Z-Raid says, do you want us to take military action? No. Because short of that, I don't know what you think is supposed to happen besides a slow back and forth. Yeah, more trade sanctions and help out Ukraine. You are never going to get Russia to agree to anything. Their only understanding is force. Depth Dweller Jib says, Aron Ra has dabbled into gender and the trans subject briefly. The lacking skepticism comes in due to unfalsifiability claims of believe what people say when people can be wrong or mistaken. I mean, you've looked at my conversations and how like there's a biological determinism behind trans individuals. AWOL says, wow, I almost missed the debate. Sup, peeps? Hello, AWOL. How you doing? What 2018 says, we will fight until the very last citizen, says most leaders who never fight. Except they are fighting in Ukraine. Why do you want Russia to win? Are you stupid? Do you think Russia has your best interest at heart? Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, that's a false claim, Amender. Putin endorsed Joe Biden for president to continue the war. Nope, not true. That is actually covered in the Mueller report. Donald Trump consistently was pushed to become a leader. And they had flooded the United States with propaganda to get Trump elected. William says some atheists are more libertarian or traditional. Let Russia join NATO then. Hey, dumbass, what do you think NATO is? Good God, you're dumb. Holy shit. Why don't you Google what NATO was for and then come back to me? Let Russia join NATO then. You're an unironic freaking like circle jerking idiot, dude, if you think that that's even a response to anything. Ugh. Your guys' comments are just pissing me off. I'm not reading these fucking horrible negative comments, these fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. I barely even got started. If you are in favor of Russia, centrist, if you're in favor of Russia, then you would definitely want Putin to step down. He's a war criminal, for one. They need a real leader instead of, fuck-ass Putin. Gonna go for it. Says, you are live early. LOL. Yes, I am. We're just getting started. I'm not gonna read super negative comments. Go ahead and keep your bigotry elsewhere, GGM. In fact, GGM, you do another comment like that, I'm just gonna time you out. I just want to let you know I'm not gonna tolerate it this time around. I'm not gonna tolerate it. Seriously, I gotta start. I'm not control over my chats, mostly because it's like there's like a level of like, dude, super uncool. But yeah, do another comment like that, GGM. I'm just going to get rid of you. Seriously. Depth Dweller Jib says, I'm uncertain on the biological determinism as I believe there's a variety of reasons for transition. For some, it's a belief in gender identity. For others, it can be an inclination to be feminized. I've provided multiple studies on the trans topic. Like a lot. I'll go ahead and provide it. I mean, and mind you, right, this is just like the one that I have presented in the past, but I can present more if that's what you're interested in. There's a lot of biological determinism behind trans people, more than you think. Let me pull it up. Yeah, so in case you have not seen this, this is the neuroanatomy of the transgender identity, mega analytics findings from the Enigma Transgender Persons Working Group. So in contrast to cisgender persons, transgender persons identify with a different gender than the one assigned at birth. Although research of the underlying neurobiology of transgender persons has been accumulating over the years, neuroimaging studies in this relatively rare population are often based on very small samples, resulting in discrepant findings. Aim: to examine the neurobiology of transgender persons in a large sample. Methods: using a mega-analytic approach, structural MRI data of 803 non-hormonally treated transgender men, transgender women, cisgendered men, and cisgendered women were analyzed. Outcome: structural brain measures including gray matter volume, cortical surface area, and cortical thickness. The results: transgender persons differed significantly from cisgender persons with respect to their subcortical brain volumes and surface area, but not in cortical thickness. Contrasting the four groups, trans man, trans woman, cis man, cis woman, we observed a variety of patterns that not only depended on the direction of gender identity, as in towards male or towards female, but also the brain region as well as the brain region examined. The conclusion: rather than merely being shifted towards either end of the male or female spectrum, transgender persons seem to present their own unique brain phenotype. And so you can actually look at the charts here. You can see right here that, so they label the first chart here where you have the cortical volume size. And then you have top left where it says cis man, cis woman, trans woman. And so you could see significant differences between the trans individuals as opposed to cisgendered counterparts. This would lead to a more semblance of a biological determinism behind trans individuals. Let's see. Blaze Steered says, are you like Vosh when you lose? I don't watch Vosh. I don't know what Vosh is like when he loses. What 2118 says, must be those Russian CNN bots was talking about, that CNN was talking about. You know, the ones that... hold on. So we know Putin did involve himself in the elections. I mean, I can provide that. I mean, that was confirmed in the Mueller report. I mean, I can just show you right here, like... So the Russian government conducted foreign electoral interference in the 2016 United States elections with the goals of sabotaging presidential campaign of Hillary Clinton, boosting the presidential campaign of President Donald Trump, and increasing the political and social discord in the United States. According to the U.S. intelligence community, the operation codenamed Project Latka was ordered directly by Russian President Vladimir Putin. The hacking and disinformation campaign to damage Clinton and help Trump became the core scandal known as Russiagate. The Internet Research Agency, based in St. Petersburg, Russia, is described as a troll farm, created thousands of social media accounts, and purported to be Americans supporting Trump and against Clinton. Fabricated articles and disinformation from Russian government-controlled media were promoted on social media, where they reached millions of users between 2013 and 2017. I'm not making this up. I mean, you guys are acting like that. No talk about Hunter Biden's laptop. I don't care about Hunter Biden's laptop. First of all, Hunter Biden isn't Biden. That's number one. Number two, I mean, if Hunter Biden is breaking the law, great, go to jail. And didn't he go to jail? Yeah, he went to jail. So what's your fucking problem? This has nothing to do with Joe Biden. Yeah, Hunter Biden is a fucking piece of shit. Put him in jail. But this is beside the point. You're sitting there saying that Russia did not try to get Trump elected. But this, by the way, is 2013 to 2017. But for sure, they tried the second time. They did twice. Tried to get Trump elected. Both times. Centralist Perspective, you missed it. He had Bob Thorpe the other day. Oh, dude, that guy's insane. Guy's actually insane. Guy's out of his fucking mind. Off his gourd, bro. It's just horrendous. Let's take a look here. Netanyahu says Trump to become first non-Israeli to receive the Israeli prize. Ew. Brother. It looks like only right-wingers and center. It looks like there's very little left-wingers. That's so gross. Blaze Steered says, I thought this was a religion debate. It will be. It will be. Just give it time. It starts in 50 minutes. 50 minutes. I just started early. During a December 29 launch at the Mar-a-Lago resort, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced Israel will award President Donald Trump the Israel Prize, the state's highest civilian honor. Oh, great. You know, for the Republican Party not like being okay with participation trophies, Donald Trump sure receives a lot of participation trophies, doesn't he? AWOL says, damn, I just realized why he's so upset, Bobro isn't here as a buffer zone. No, I just, listen, like, I need to start curtailing my chats. You guys come in with that just super hateful shit right out the gate. I'm just gonna time you out for the day. I'm sorry. I'm just not gonna tolerate it. I'm not gonna tolerate it. Seriously. You got a problem with trans people? I'm not the channel for you. Right? I'm willing to educate you, but if you come in with super vitriolic crap, we're not gonna work. It's not gonna work out. AWOL says, oh, well, in that case, do you want me to call in? Not right now. I'm just kind of chilling till we get started. Netanyahu says the Israel Prize recognizes Trump for his quote-unquote tremendous contributions to Israel and the Jewish people. Fuck. I'm sure that won't age poorly and reflects widespread Israeli appreciation, while Israeli Education Minister Yoav Kitch informed Trump during a December 29th lunch meeting. Trump lavished praise on Netanyahu, of course, calling him a wartime prime minister and telling reporters, "We just won a big war together." Oh, Jesus. This surely won't bite us in the ass in the future. No, I can't imagine why that would. Questions about eligibility and motive arose as Bishara Baba asked, however, we will get Bibi get in return is the key question, highlighting concerns about precedent and political motives. Trump's stalled ceasefire plan, effective since the 10th of October, awaits Hamas disarmament, while he signals interest in Gaza reconstruction, with the Sunrise Project estimating costs over $112 billion and the U.S. covering 20%? What? I wonder if Republicans are in favor of this, the Sunrise Project. What is the Sunrise Project? What is the Sunrise Project? U.S. pitches Project Sunrise plans to turn Gaza into high-tech metropolis. Jesus Christ. What do you do? Why not instead of like considering making money off of them in like real estate, why don't we like get them fed and taken care of? How about we do that part instead of like whatever the fuck this is? Hot take. Wait until first hears about Minnesota. Dude, we talked about that freaking Sunday. We talked about that. We talked about that. Let's see here. And I just want to let you know, right? I'm not going to deal with any racism towards Somali people. I think that's super fucked up. You bring up Somali people. I'm just timing you out for the day. I'm not playing. I ain't playing. Seriously. All right, hold on. All right, so what 2118? I'm going to time you out. Why? Because you're being an ankle biter, and I'm not going to tolerate it. Seriously. You want to start shit with me? No problem. I got you, homie. All right. Peace. Seriously, I'll just time out people. Seriously, I'm not playing. Anyway, let's take a look at some more news, see if we got anything. Starbucks does not want to be on every street in New York and Los Angeles anymore. Good, they shouldn't be. This year, Starbucks is closing roughly 400 stores concentrated in large metro areas as part of a $1 billion restructuring and expanding suburban drive-thru formats. CEO Brian Niccol said that the strategy backfired after years of aggressive expansion as remote work shifts and competition from niche coffee and beverage competitors eroded urban volumes. New York City recorded 42 closures. Oh man, I love this. AWOL. Actually, the chat talked about it. You just rant and raved and banned people. Hold on. I did talk about it. I said, hey, if people are committing fraud, they go to jail. That's really reasonable. That does not mean, however, that you have permission to be racist towards Somali people. Not all Somalians are scamming the government. And so that was my position on it. I'm the prize. XY says, is it logical to believe a man can get pregnant? Yeah, if it's a trans man. Yeah, trans men can get pregnant. I don't know what to tell you. Chicago and San Francisco lost dozens this year. Share of Starbucks have dropped around 6% amid stagnant sales in recent years. To win back sit-down customers, Starbucks will renovate 1,000 stores next year with seating and power outlets while ending open hangout and restroom access policies. Open hangout. So you got to be like a paying customer every time? I mean, to be fair, right? Like I generally, if I go into a Starbucks, I don't go there to openly hang out. Hood Monkey says, cool, first, let's play a game. I'm saying white slave owner, a good thing to say? No? AWOL says, first, wasn't the whole point of the dispute that everyone was telling you that they weren't using it as a racist term? You're the one who got mad about it and no one in the chat was angry, only you? Well, they're using it as a way to justify their racism, right? Because they're pointing out the fact that it's Somalis. That's my problem. So next year, the company roadmap includes planned openings and remodels next year in major metros. Next year, let's see, while analysts and operational challenges warn improving store operations remains a tougher hurdle in remodels than Brian Nicoli's turnaround program. Let's pull up Starbucks stock. Let's see what we got. I mean, it looks to be relatively stagnant. What are the earnings looking like? To be honest, it's not that bad. I mean, they lost a bunch of money during COVID, but that doesn't surprise me. Shortly after, sudden and sharp boost is good. And it looks like that there's a slight dip around 2024 and only a slight increase. Jib says, good luck in your debate with Aron Ra. By the way, First Amender, it shouldn't be too challenging as you're arguing against those who believe in what counts as no more than mythology and magic. No, I agree. I completely agree with you there. I don't understand. Why is the value so low? Why is the valuation of the stock so bad if they have a great deal of annual revenue? I'm the Prize XY. To the host, remember back in the good old days when the race card could be used by progressives to avoid personal responsibility? I have no idea what you're talking about. AWOL says, First Amender, if you were jumped by a gang of people and they were an ethnic group, you would have to include their ethnicity when you're speaking to the police. And if so, is that racist? No, I don't think it's racist to identify what somebody looks like. But if I went off and said, oh, well, they were a black guy, and then therefore I start to justify wanting to be racist to black people, that would be racist. Let's take a look here. Any other news? Washington pipe bomb suspect has confessed, prosecutors say. January 5th, 2021, Brian Cole, 30, a Virginia, planted 2 IEDs outside of Democratic National Committee headquarters and Republican National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C., and neither exploded. Cole told investigators that he believed the 2020 election had been tampered with, disliked both parties, was not openly political, and was influenced by YouTube, Reddit, and the Troubles in Northern Ireland. Jesus. During a 90-minute interview, prosecutors say Cole, arrested on December 4th, detailed building, transporting, and planting pipe bombs with credit card records and bomb components found in his home. Facing detainment requests, Brian Cole is due in court Tuesday for a detention hearing in the Washington federal court as prosecutors urged detention, charging him with 2 explosive-related offenses. The arrest caps a 5-year investigation reopened at the FBI direction, and the pipe bombs were found about 1 p.m. on January 6th, diverting police during the Capitol riot. That was wild. Now, was this guy pro-Trump? Or was he pro-Biden or pro-whatever? Pro-Kamala? It doesn't sound like he liked either. Let's see what else we got. AI boom drives RAM shortage, threatening PC sales and console launches. Centrist Perspective says sales growth isn't strong. Profits and margins are under pressure. Costs, labor, commodities are high. Uncertainty from union operational issues. Starbucks is going through a ton. That makes sense. AI boom drives RAM shortage, threatening PC sales and console launches. Main Gear launched by BYO RAM program, allowing customers to ship or have Main Gear test their memory in New Jersey, had said systems with BYO RAM will cost less. What's BYO RAM? What is BYO RAM? Bring your own RAM? Perhaps you notice memory prices are at record highs. We're not happy about it either. The rapid boom in AI infrastructure has large AI companies buying up enormous amounts of memory for their data centers. As a result, major memory manufacturers are prioritizing supply of these more profitable AI players, creating severe constraints and price surges across consumer products like PCs, laptops, and smartphones. To ensure we can continue delivering high-quality Main Gear systems that you expect. Okay. Is this bring your own RAM? That's just all it is bring your own RAM? With buy your own RAM. In recent months, demand from generative AI has tightened the consumer RAM market as memory manufacturers shift production towards high bandwidth memory for AI, reducing consumer DRAM and NAND output. Retail data shows 2 16-gigabyte Team Group T-Force Delta sticks can cost close to $460. And a Redditor reported receiving a $35 lighting kit instead of a $999 96 gig DDR5 kit, highlighting supply issues. Jesus. All right, hey, GGM, that's the second time. I'm going to remove you for that. Thank you. I told you not to do it. I told you. You can't help yourself, but be a piece of garbage. I'm just not going to have you guys like on my straight. Like, I'm just tired of having to read what you guys have to say. Like, I'm done. No more of your hate screed. Go be hateful elsewhere, right? Go to Twitter. There's plenty of you guys over there. Go there. Don't be here. IDC warns major PC OEMs, including Dell, Lenovo, HP, Asus, and Acer, have confirmed upcoming price hikes and PC sales could fall by as much as 8% next year if DRAM shortages persist, with industry forecasts already showing a larger contraction versus earlier estimates. Micron's forecasts and fab plans show memory shortfall becoming a new normal, with $18.7 billion in Q2 revenue forecast and new fabs coming online in 2026-2027 amid ongoing shortages, while Hynix predict supply constraints into 2027. I'm the Prize XY says, who's GGM? Oh, it's a GJM PTW arguing his transphobia. Listen, that's what the phone number is for. Right now, I don't have the phone number because we've got a debate coming up in, I don't know, 30 minutes. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not into it. Remember when we were reviewing YouTube videos? That was fun. I could probably do that for a bit. What should we look up? What should we look? I don't know, just like, ooh, you know what we should do? We should look up a King Sithis video. Dude, it's crazy. Juicy Smell Rot says, so is logic absolute? Like, is it measurable? If so, how would one go about measuring logic? Well, it's more like a tool, really. Bitter Truth says, you may have to invite viewers for discussion. Okay. I think it will be just fine. I'm not really concerned. What should I watch? What should we watch? Oh, look at that. We got Aron Ra right there. How about that? That's going to be cool. Should I review a video? Is there a cool video, a political video that you guys want me to review? Ping me in my Discord if you want me to review, something in particular. Oh, shoot. Oops. Bitter Truth says religions are illogical. I agree with you. I agree with you. Technicalist says, I think First invites enough chuckle nuts into their platform. I agree. Asmon Gold Dark Soul stream? I gotta watch an Asmon Gold video? Fuck, dude. I don't know about that. What should I watch? Let's do something politics. Politics. Something politics. Why is Gen Z turning far right and women far left? What? Is that true? Just women are going far left and men are going far right? I almost don't even believe that. All right, let's see here.
This is no.
Holy shit. All right, let me speed that up a bit. This is just to kill. We're just killing some time, chat. We're killing some time. And I'll listen to what this is saying. Blaze Steered says, don't watch Asmongold. He sucks. I agree. Asmongold sucks. Watch the Humanist Report. That's probably cool. My last name says, do one about Minnesota. We did one yesterday about Minnesota. Oh, gonna go for it. Says FYI, Aron and Max are here. Okay, let me just yeah, let's just load in straight into it. Let's load straight into it. Shit. Hold on. Where's the StreamYard link? Let me I need the StreamYard link. I just messaged Max for it. Let me check my Outlook. Where's Outlook? Let's see. Oh. Nope, that's not what I want. Max. StreamYard link. Max. Max, I need the StreamYard link. They said that they're already there. I want to talk with Aron. Let me in. We need to just... This is me right now, dude.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
This is me right now. I'm like trying to get in. I want in. Let me in. Oh, yeah. You know what we should do is watch like a Ben Shapiro thing. But I think like... Why does he look like he's crying in this one? Max, give me the StreamYard link. Max! Max! I need the StreamYard link. Come on. Max. AWOL says, I don't see how you can prove that Christianity is illogical when searching for truth and answers is logical. Oh boy, do I got do I have a good intro for you? All right, let's pull up a short here we go. There we go. I'm being allowed in. Let me edit this real quick. Hold on. Just make sure there's no standard definition. Let's do high definition. What do you mean? Full high. Yeah. And then we have the microphone is correct. And that looks correct. Looks like there is none of that. And then we're going to pause our music. Close that. And then we're just First Amender. Enter studio.
It's almost 80 degrees. And
I'm jealous.
Yeah, warm
Just
enough.
rub it in.
I was out riding my motorcycle with no jacket, you know.
Just rub it in.
I took my I took my reticulated python out to a cookout. I took my false water cobra out to a
Yeah.
and I just enjoyed the weather. And I went to go visit my daughter, and like I said, it's like almost 80 degrees. I ride down there; it's so choice and comfortable. I'm only there for like a half hour or so, and I come riding home, and suddenly it's cold, and I got no jacket. I'm like, the fuck, it's cold. And within 3 hours, it was down to 30 degrees, down to freezing.
Wow.
Look what I have to show you, Aaron. Sorry.
Aron, please.
Aaron, sorry. I have a very bad accent.
You have a tortoise.
Yeah.
What's
I've
their
had
name?
him before. It's a tortoise. If you call it, it doesn't come. So it has no name.
Ah.
Yeah.
How you doing, Aron? It's good to meet you.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. How do you do?
Doing fabulous. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm a little starstruck right now because
I know. I mean, my presence, of course.
yeah. Well, no, I got I don't know, when I first I think it was probably about 2015, 2016 where Jordan Peterson started really taking off. And it, like, for whatever reason, it just resonated with me at the time. Not anymore. I hate Jordan Peterson. But when I first started, he basically convinced me, like, you know, oh, I'm going to go down like the Christian path. And I started thinking, you know, more in that frame of mind. And you know what I decided to do? I said, in order to affirm my Christianity, I'm going to read the Bible in its entirety. Horrible idea. Absolutely horrendous. I after reading that, I was like, there's no way, zero probability that a God wrote this. There's no chance. And I started like Googling verses that I'm like, what the hell is this verse? It doesn't like why does no Christian mention these verses? And then I start Googling those verses, and then guess who pops up on YouTube? You, Aron. You pop up on YouTube. And so I started watching it, and I was like, this dude is 1,000% right. It just
I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
I'd be worried if I were you, because we already have people saying stuff like this. So
stuff like what?
Like Bryce will annihilate the atheist position.
Oh boy, here we go. We'll see.
Okay. Yep. Well, come on, some guy I've never heard of.
Better be on your toes. Yeah, Aron and Matt Tilahanti, not Matthew, sorry, were the first people I saw on the atheist like online movement.
I thought it was so funny, you know,
Same for me.
the thumbnail, I think it was, for Aron's channel, they accidentally mistook you, Max, for Anthony, and they had Max in place where it just said Anthony, and I was like, wait, hold on, let me get Anthony's profile picture.
I was wondering why Anthony looked so much like Max, but I thought that was in the thumbnail on the original channel, so I thought, hey, okay, maybe that's Anthony. So I'm glad for the heads up. And helping me getting it fixed in time.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly use the bathroom and kind of get everything all set.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
going. So
yeah,
appreciate it. Just hang tight.
Max, when you start the stream, you can just put me backstage and pull me back up after you end the stream, because there's no need for me to be here other than just look at the screen, because I'm streaming it to Aron's channel.
Perfect. Timer. There we go.
So how long have you had this channel, Max?
Since June.
Okay.
Because I was hosting somewhere else, but the owner went to prison for doing bad things, and I opened this one.
He used to be a friend of mine.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah.
Oh man, that sucks.
He used to be an atheist, right? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, I helped him start up his channel.
The old one?
Yeah, before he became a Muslim.
But I didn't know he became a Muslim. Wow.
Oh wait, then we might be talking about different people.
No, the one I'm talking about is Ozian.
No, that's not the one I meant.
Oh,
Ozian is in prison too?
No, he's no longer in prison, but he did some very, very bad stuff with he got caught on a sting operation.
I thought you meant what used to be the empathetic atheist.
No. Don't even know who that is.
I don't even remember what he went by. Khalil Allah. Have you heard of him, Max?
No.
I know there was like
Good.
Isa the Habibi and his brother, right? Like, I'm trying to remember. It's Luigi, I think.
What?
Is that who you're referring to, or? I was talking to Peter there.
Oh.
He had a guy on his channel called Isa, but I don't know his last name. Yeah, that went bad really, really fast.
Play some music real quick while we wait.
Anthony, how you doing? Give me a sound check.
I'm doing well, Max. How about yourself?
I am fan-freaking-tastic. How's that school coming along?
I actually had to drop. So the school that I was going to was far too expensive for me to handle. So I'm going to a different school in the fall. So.
I mean, if you learn Spanish, you can come to Uruguay. Education is free.
Well, I should be getting a Pell Grant. It'll cover everything. So.
Oh, nice. Good
Pell
job.
Grant is excellent. I went through and I got my Pell Grant, and I was able to graduate with a bachelor's degree in management of information systems with only $9,000 in debt. Not bad.
Nice.
So Pell Grant was huge. That and going to a community college was super helpful. Like, you can get your prereqs out of the way early. It just ends up being easier.
Unfortunately, the school that I was going to got so expensive that I already put myself $30,000 in debt that I got to cover.
Wow.
So,
Oh my God.
And what degree were you pursuing?
mechanical engineering.
You put you
Nice.
in $30,000 in debt that fast. That's wild.
In 3 years.
Jesus. That's
Oh,
terrible.
boy. Let me do that, and that.
Going on?
Hello.
Hello, Bryce.
Doing good. Let's be fun. I'm excited. Finally getting away from having to talk to Roman Catholics all the time. So this is a different for me.
Cool.
Or people with TikTok brain. Yeah.
Who can stand their heresies?
Yeah.
Eastern or Western Orthodox?
I'm Eastern Orthodox.
No, I mean like the people that you're saying you're talking with Roman Catholics. That would be a Western
Yeah.
Orthodox, right?
No, because we actually believe that there is a Western Rite Orthodox Church that basically just does things similar to the Roman Catholic Church, but they don't affirm the Pope because like the Pope is like specifically a Roman Catholic thing.
Okay.
So they're different.
I don't know if you have heard, but these filthy Catholics have now a priest that DJs and they throw raves to reach out to the young people. I don't know if you've heard this.
Is there actual raves being thrown by the Pope?
I
Sounds
swear
fun,
to God.
man. Sounds incredibly fun.
I'm just
I
gonna
don't
be
know about
honest
you.
with you. That sounds banging as hell. I'm an atheist and I would join that.
That reminds me of Hank Hill. You're not making Christianity better. You're making rock and roll worse. No. Yeah.
And I don't know, it's a weird thing because like he plays with the whole thing, the whole attire, But he plays some techno and some stuff that it's pretty dark. It's pretty devilish music. Hold on, Father Guillermo. Here we go. He recently like DJ'd for
Don't play any music because we'll get content
Archbishop.
ID'd instantly.
You're already streaming?
Oh yeah, I'm streaming. Yeah,
Damn you. You let me know.
I'm sorry. Do not not play any. I will very quickly mute that.
I'll play it on mute. Hold on.
Link it, and I'll take a look at it later.
I'll put it there. Okay. Yeah, I also have to mess with the screen to share it, so never mind. But yes, he DJs with the whole attire.
The Pope. You're saying?
No, not the Pope. He's a Catholic priest. I think he's
Okay, all right.
not sure if he's from Brazil or Portugal, but
Yeah.
he played a set at the foot of the Cristo Redentor in Sao Paulo. That was pretty banging.
That's just
Remove
wild.
the religion aspect from it, and I would have gone to that party.
We got what? 10 minutes, I think. Everybody's here early. Look at that. That's
11. So, are you reaching 1,000 subs before New Year's, or no?
great. I don't know. Maybe it's close. It's close. I'll hit 1,000 subs. As to whether or not I reach it by this New Year's, I don't know. We'll see.
I got to 1,000 subs on stream, ended the stream, went to cook dinner, came in, refreshed the page, and YouTube had done a little swipe and said like, nope, go back 40 subs.
I'm
You-
confused as
you
to how this combined thing works. I guess we all get different
Yes,
viewers watching, even though everybody's watching the same thing, but they're watching it on different channels.
on different channel, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I like it because I can just watch my echo chamber and not lose morale. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have a YouTube channel, Bryce?
I do. Yeah, it's Bryce J Official. That's
cool.
the one that I use.
You're bigger than me.
I do a lot of. I do a lot of like just religion
catch up
topics
to
and stuff like that. So I do pretty much just like open panels. Surprisingly enough, if you really want to get big quick, use TikTok and do lives on TikTok.
Oh my God, no.
The views are crazy.
No freaking hell.
I mean, yeah, it's absolutely like it's absolute brain rot.
So-
but it is a really easy way to get conversations going quickly.
So I found that with TikTok, like in order to basically garner viewership, you have to start engaging in the TikTok platform and like engaging with other people to get that initial 1K followers. And every time I open TikTok, my brain goes, I very much dislike this. I dislike what I am looking at. I dislike what is being streamed. Like there will literally be like a guy just sitting there and like hearts flying everywhere. And he's just like, oh, thanks for the galaxy. Make sure you hit
Thank you for the rose.
Thank you for the
Thank you
rose.
for the rose.
Like, and I'm like, what are we watching? What is this? Like there was
NPCs. They're NPCs. like,
Exactly.
actually.
And then like I'm supposed to like engage with that, and I find it really difficult to actually have an engagement like that because it's just like I don't know, I don't feel like there's any substance, you know. I don't know, maybe I have to like push back against that and just try to like suck it up so then I can, you know, start streaming on TikTok with 1K.
I have
You just gotta get past that first 1,000. then you'll be
I
fine.
have a couple of friends that debate on TikTok, but it's the dumbest of the dumb. Like
You get so many
imagine-
views though, man. Like so many
Imagine
views.
flat earthers from TikTok, they're the worst.
I haven't really met very many of them actually, and like I actually like talking about that kind of stuff because like I'm not a flat earther, but I like debating about like that topic overall. I've never actually found a flat earther like streaming because normally they stream at like 3 in the morning. I'm pretty sure it's like weird.
Isn't Darth Dawkins on TikTok now?
He is. Yeah.
Indeed, he is. Do you believe that you need a justificatory path?
Speaking
I
of
love-
which, are
yeah.
you guys gonna bring in priests up on this?
Not really. My critique is more of a divine conceptualism critique, so it's not really tag,
Okay.
if that makes sense. It's not
Alright.
the same thing.
All right.
I more take the route of like what Saint Augustine did, which is not
Gotcha.
really the same thing.
Somebody asked me if I was on TikTok, and I said, "Do I look like a 20-year-old hottie?"
My
Fair enough.
light just fell back. Hold on.
I can barely deal with handling the YouTube channel. It's more social networks is not for me. But Bryce, if you ever want to talk to a flat earther, I can try to set that up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
but why?
Dude, there's so many.
Why?
I mean,
Why?
it's
I
funny.
I'm gonna be 100% real with you, man. I don't really think it's like worth formally debating about. I hate to say that, but like I don't really, like
I know.
it's one of those kind of things where like I see people believe in it, and I kind of just look at them and I'm like, you know what, man, have fun. Like that's just kind of how I am about that. Like it's just, I don't believe in it, but like it's also something that I'm kind of sitting here and I'm like, you know what?
It's so much fun, though.
I don't get when, and with flat earthers, it's so easy to tell that they know they're full of shit. And when you
Well, yeah.
when you present a case that they have to address, they completely fucking shut down. I'm going to hold on to my belief. So you knew it's wrong, but you're going to believe it anyway.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
I'm friends with a
But,
couple of
but
people
Aron,
that
if I
went
put
to-
my ball on the ground and it doesn't go anywhere, I wouldn't be doing that if the Earth was round. I'm just saying.
I'm friends with a couple of the people that went on TFE, so I have, friends that destroy flat Earth. But I don't know. It's always funny to talk to them.
They
I
could,
tried to help this one guy who would just he didn't strike me as an apologist. He struck me as possibly the stupidest person I'd ever encountered. This was before I was interviewed by that Peterson guy. He is the stupidest person I've ever encountered, but this other flat earther didn't seem quite as bad. But he got to a point where he said nobody can go to Antarctica, and I'm like, I know several people who have taken their families to fucking tours in Antarctica. Yes, you can go. Go online, look it up. You can. You don't have to pay any money, but you can book the trip.
Yeah.
So we can go to Antarctica, and then you could fly around it. This is something we can do. And this is what I said to him that threw him off. I said, this is something we can do. We can go to the station that everybody stops at in Antarctica, and a passenger jet has enough fuel in it. We can circumnavigate the entire continent, and you can just watch out the window all the time. There's Antarctica there. There's the ocean there. We can just fly all the way around the continent and then land back at the same place we took off from. Whereas if you're right, and Antarctica is a ring around the entire planet, there's no way we would have fuel enough to do that trip. The guy freaked out because he thought I was super rich. He thought I had a passenger jet. He thought I was going to force him to sit in the plane to disprove his belief, because the belief matters more than the truth does. And this is what's so disturbing about religion. Why do people cling to a belief when they know it's not true?
what I don't understand is like these
More to
flat
come.
earthers, a lot of them, they're on Discord, and they have people in Australia. Have they never thought to themselves, hey, guy from New Zealand, guy from Australia, can you go outside and take a picture of the stars and see if I take a picture of the stars during the same time, do you see the same thing? If the earth was flat, then you would be able to observe the same stars in the same place, but it turns out you don't see the same stars in the same place. So it's like the tiniest amount of just research, some empirical basis behind it, it just completely falls apart. I just we knew thousands of years that the earth was round. We didn't have to do a single experiment. We just looked up at the fucking moon and the sun and was like, look, it's fucking round. Duh. It's round. It's got a shadow that's a sphere. Like, are you stupid? Oh, all the stuff in the celestial bodies
before we
start.
Quick question. Does anyone have to share screen?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
No.
Phew.
Bryce, you might want to think about your lighting.
How is it going crazy?
Unless you
Coming
meant
back?
to have a halo.
It's eating into your.
No, I didn't actually mean for that to happen. But... That's worse. I'm just gonna turn off the ring light. Why not? I'm still working on that part.
It might be better to turn off the light behind you because it's completely washing out the screen right now.
I look much more mysterious.
I'm so white, dude.
So
that good?
The intro
Yeah,
will
that's
play it. It's short. It's a 30-second countdown, and then we'll be like here, and we'll launch it.
What kind of an order do we want to go in?
Oh, I didn't ask. Yeah, good question. Who's going first?
I mean, I'm cool with whatever.
Okay.
I don't know if the I guess since you guys are taking negative, do you want to go first?
Why would
Then we make a positive.
isn't
No.
it
The positive would go
traditionally
first.
Isn't the affirmative the one that goes first?
All right.
I guess it
Okay.
would kind of depend on the debate, but we're cool with going first. I don't mind.
Okay.
I'll launch it.
I'm just here. I'll just go in wherever.
Yo, I don't got one of these. I ain't got one of these.
Welcome to Yerba Mate Talks.
That's wild. Bro's got techno music. That is so loud. Please. Oh, I'm turning that down. I'm sorry. It's too damn loud. All right, here we go.
Welcome to Yerba Mate Talks. I am Max. Kat is somewhere. And today we have a debate between First Amender, Aron, Bryce, and Anthony. And the topic is Christianity logical? So Bryce and Anthony are the first ones to start. Whoever wants to go first, as soon as you start speaking, will start the timer.
You want to go first, Anthony?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so we're taking a position that Christianity is logical. So my first point is going to be a defense of a commonly used logical argument, which is the Epicurean paradox. For those of you not aware, the Epicurean paradox goes as follows. Premise 1, God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. Premise 2, God has the power, knowledge, and goodness necessary to stop all evil. Conclusion 1, God ought to stop all evil. Premise 3, evil exists. Conclusion 2, God isn't omnipotent, omniscient, neither nor omnibenevolent. So the treatment that I'm going to give for this is twofold. First, on metaphysical assumptions behind the given premises and the attributes mentioned, and second, on the existence of evil itself. So first, on the properties. If it is the case that power, knowledge, and love are of the same order, then it leaves them no more than conceptually or virtually distinct. If this is the case, then the outworking of power is necessarily done fully from the first to second actuality, with no work of the will, and must be done, in which case this critique will stand. However, the way that we understand this is that the movement from first to second actuality is energized through the will by the desire and knowledge of the mover. As such, omnipotence is the statement that first actuality is absolutely active with no passion. This is the designation that God is not acted upon. And as such, the activities are the outworking of the will in the second actuality. This leaves the lovingness of God as according to second actuality, rather than non-distinct to the first actuality. The power to love and the activity of love are meaningfully distinct, meaning that the effects of this moving is understood according to the proper desire. This makes conclusion 1 moot, given no necessity to act all at once in a single instance, as the knowledge of God dictates that a particular effect is made actual at its proper time, according to the willingness of the one who receives it, and the power by which they are to cooperate in the outworking of God's energy. And the second is on the existence of evil. Evil itself has no ontology. Its existence is merely conceptual, an outworking of the human will to reason nomically. Its existence is parasubstance, or of a privation of the participation in God's energies. As such, the desire of God is that man cooperates in his energies, by which man may have the volition to deny such participation in his gnomic condition. The desire of God is for man to cooperate with him, meaning that man's desire must be aligned to his desire for the participatory grace of cooperation to be actualized. The work of God is done in enjoining of himself to the natural energies of man in the incarnation. Thus, his concern in regards to evil is the total reconciliation of man to himself, which is inevitable in the eschaton, or at the end. At this point, whether man desires evil is useless due to the eradication of the gnomic will. Man's deliberation is thus to participate by desire in the divine energies. A man who desires evil before cannot, and is burning in his own lack of participation in true substance. This, by a roundabout case, actually addresses conclusion 1 by saying that God does stop all evil. Even if we were to continue in the specificity of the previous case, God actualizes according to his own absolute power. The passion of evil is rendered not. Being untouched by passion, he desires not to destroy something that doesn't exist, but fills it with true substance. And secondly, I'm going to give a defense of free will. 1 minute. I'll be quick then. I'm going to address free will. I'm going to give a definition. The definition is as follows. Free will is the voluntary activity of an agent according to their own power. A common argument that's used for free will or against free will is that if a man has free will, why is it that man can't choose to fly, or just something else ridiculous that is often mentioned? Man acts according to his own power, and free will is dictated by his power. Flying is not within man's power. Thus, him being able to fly or not is moot. It doesn't address anything regarding free will. This is simply not something that man can actualize. 15 seconds, I'll yield my time.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much. Let me reset that. And Bryce, whenever you are ready.
Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. My name is Bryce J, and today I'm going to demonstrate that Christianity is indeed logical compared to my opponents who think otherwise. What does it even mean in order for something to be logical in the first place? I have 3 different sources for you today. We have Merriam-Webster Dictionary, where it says according to the rules of logic, such as the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, etc. The Collins Dictionary, where it says that it is a conclusion or result of a series of facts or events, is the only one which can come from it according to the rules of logic. Again, like the 3 laws of logic in the classical sense. And the Britannica, where it says agreeing with the rules of logic, sensible or reasonably. We can see that it's pretty casually agreed upon, at least with these basic dictionaries, that the worldview simply being logical just implies that is something that follows the laws of logic, and can be sensible or reasonable. There are three main laws of logic that would be used to critique the viability of Christianity in terms of its logicality. The first one would be the law of identity, where it states that every entity is identical to itself. A is A, right? A thing is what it is, and its properties remain constant within a given context. The law of non-contradiction, where it says that a statement and its negation cannot both be true at the same time and in the same sense. You cannot have a P and a not P simultaneously. Something cannot both be true and false simultaneously. The law of excluded middle. For any proposition, it must either be true or false. There is no third possibility or middle ground. A statement is either true or false if we're talking about facts, of course. When it comes to comparing worldviews, this is the bedrock for determining the viability of any worldview whatsoever. If a worldview breaks one of these laws in any of its explanations, then it can be considered illogical. Now, I already know the approach because I've had many of these debates in the past. Either my opponents are going to collapse logicality into empirically testable, or they're going to attempt to say that it breaks the law of non-contradiction by stating some kind of statement in the Bible that supposedly contradicts another section in the Bible, which if they choose to do so, they are free to, of course, but that's a whole other issue that we can happily discuss during the debate. I'm not going to cover that during the opening. As I hold the position that other than a couple things like scribal errors, for example, with things like number details, like, for example, in the book of Kings and Chronicles, that the Bible contains absolutely no contradictions or of any historical fact or any form of theological contradiction to the Eastern Orthodox Church. My epistemology is not like normal evangelicals that my opponents talk to on a regular basis, as I have more attestations to my worldview instead of just simply the Bible in of itself. First, we have the account of a course of Jesus Christ, which is the Gospels and the epistles of Paul, all of these things attesting to the truth of the Old Testament. We have the attestation of the 1st to the 3rd century church fathers, which attest to early Christianity and the movement that was caused by the attestation of the apostles, including multiple accounts of men who personally knew the apostles for the theology, such as St. Ignatius of Antioch and St. Polycarp, who were disciples of St. John the Apostle himself. Also, St. Dionysius the Areopagite, who is traditionally known as a witness to the dormition of the Mother of God, Mary, and also a disciple of St. Paul, etc. The Orthodox Church, number 3, also has a completely unbroken and documented line of apostolic succession from the apostles who ran the bishopric from when the apostles were in that seat to the patriarchs that we do have today, passing down our interpretation and doctrine directly from them. And number 4, we obviously have the entire philosophy surrounding making arguments for all things regarding the existence of God and how he exists as the Trinity, one God in 3 persons. So we have different things within the worldview that have the ability to verify other claims. I want to make this clear that if they attempt to make the low-tier move at attempting to critique my position solidly from the empirical view, that they actually already fail at the debate prompt itself, as the prompt necessitates something's logicality, and something not being empirically verified by itself doesn't automatically determine something as illogical, because the existence of logic itself is not verified empirically itself, meaning that they have to find an internal inconsistency and perform an internal critique to actually prove their case here today. I am excited to see the argumentation that they have. Will they attack with biblical arguments, ethical issues, which hilariously enough actually doesn't also prove the illogical nature of things? Or will they critique the Trinity? We don't know. But Anthony and I stand ready to defend the word of God here today in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me reset the timer. There we go. Aaron, Amender, who wants to go first?
First amender.
Okay. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so allow me a moment to open that.
Okay.
Can we get your volume up? I can barely hear you.
Is my volume too low?
Let me check here. 1 sec.
It should be good.
Yes.
It's not different for...
There,
Here,
no,
I'll have it close. All right, is that better?
Yeah, I had you were loud the last time, so I have...
Oh, you had me turned down? Okay.
We should, yes.
All right, so...
So whenever you're ready to share, let me know.
All right, hang tight. Slides. Okay. Share screen, share screen. It's going to be... Assuming this is it. Do you see my screen?
Yes. Right. Give me 1 second. So I put the timer here. There you go. All right. Ready when you are.
Okay, the question is Christianity logical? This is an intro from First Amender, and you can find me on youtube.com/@First Amender. Consider a subscribe. Definitions. 1. miracle, an event that is caused by a divine agent that is not reducible to no natural laws. 2, work, energy transferred when a force causes an object to move, displace in the direction of that force. Keep in mind, when I am using the word work, I am referring to the physics definition, not the colloquial sense of the term work. 3, logic, the study of correct reasoning. Logical reasoning aiming to arrive at a conclusion in a rigorous way. It happens at the form of arguments or inferences starting from a set of premises in reasoning to a conclusion supported by these premises. Syllogism 1. P1. If God performs miracles within space-time, those miracles must produce detectable physical effects, i.e. energy, transfers, or work. P2. All detectable physical effects involve energy transfers describable by physical laws or measurable deviations from them. P3. Extensive empirical investigation has found no verified instances of unexplained energy sources or law-violating work attributable to a divine agent. Examples. Conservation of energy experiments from the 18th to the 19th century. There's multiple of them, but here's 3. Émile du Châtelet in the 1740s performed an early formulation of energy conservation. James Joule of the 1840s performed a mechanical equivalent of heat. Hermann von Helmholtz in 1847 created a formal statement of energy conservation. Before such experiments were conducted, people believed in things such as vital forces, divine animation, and special life energies. Syllogism number 1 continued. P4. If an entity produces no detectable effects despite exhaustive investigation, there is no rational basis to affirm its existence as an active causal agent. Conclusion 1. Therefore, there is no rational basis to affirm that God acts within space-time. At bare minimum, God either does not exist within space-time or exists but never acts, which collapses miracle claims. Syllogism 2. God outside space-time. Outside space-time. P5. Classical theism defines God as a personal agent who thinks, wills, intends, and cares about events. P6. Thinking, willing, intending, and caring require temporality, differentiation, and identity conditions. P7. Temporality, differentiation, and identity conditions require a space-time-like framework or, at minimum, structured relations to analogous to space-time. Premise 8. A being that exists entirely outside of space-time lacks the necessary conditions for agency, intention, or personhood. Conclusion 2. Therefore, a spaceless and timeless entity cannot be a personal God of Christianity. No first cause gods. P9. Either God acts within space-time or exists entirely outside space-time. Conclusion 3. If God acts within space-time, there is no evidence of such action. C1. Conclusion 4. If God exists entirely outside of space-time, it cannot possess the attributes required to be a personal God. C2. A spaceless, timeless entity cannot be the personal God of Christianity. Therefore, no God possessing the attributes claimed by classical theism exists either within space-time or beyond it. Christianity is not logical. It has to eschew logic in order to remain cogent. Thank you. You can follow me for more woke content here. youtube.com/@firstamender. Thank you.
All right, so it's me now.
Yes. Give me 1 second. You don't have to share your screen, so we're going.
Yeah.
Here
So I'm just.
and here. All right. Let me reset and ready when you are. Sorry.
Okay. Asking whether Christianity is logical is not the same as asking whether it is rational. And I was told that I need to address this because some people will be confused. A rational position is one that is based on reason or logic. And having the capacity to reason means being willing and able to evaluate the facts and evidence in a logically consistent manner. Having sound reason means being objective, able to distinguish reasoned thought from subjective impressions or intuition on emotional biases, biases. And being logical means drawing sound and sensible conclusions based on natural facts. Christianity doesn't do any of these things, and quite the opposite, in fact. Christianity is a religious faith, and reason is the opposite of faith. One could fairly say that religious faith is an unreasonable position, assumed without reason and defended against all reason, and that religious believers are not amenable to reason, refusing to be reasoned with. They certainly don't have good reason, because they can never cite any evidence or arguments that are both objectively verifiable as accurate and that are also positively indicative of and or exclusively concordant with their supernatural assumptions over any more logical explanation. Whenever an irrational, illogical person would assume a supernatural occurrence, a rational person would say, no, there must be a logical explanation, implying, of course, that assuming the supernatural is illogical, not logical. And some Christians argue that God is the creator and basis of everything, and that logic comes from God, not God from logic. Remember that. However, that claim is itself illogical. It is the question-begging fallacy, which is ubiquitous in all religions, not just Christianity, all of them. It's the circular argument where the premise assumes the truth of an already assumed conclusion, a conclusion that must not be questioned and cannot be logically reached unless it is assumed at the onset. But when it comes to how we know things, then logic is the basis of all thought, and it must come before anything else, including God. But again, in their baseless question-begging assertion that logic comes from God, they have also admitted that God does not come from logic, and that part is demonstrable, because every logical fallacy has been used as an argument for God, and every argument for God is a logical fallacy. If you say, I know for a fact there's a God, no, you don't know that, because it's not a fact. That's the fallacy of projection, not to be confused with psychological projection, which is when Christians pretend as if the rejection of religious faith is a religious faith. They try to create the illusion of a false equivalence to evoke the tu quo qui fallacy, that you're just as bad as me, when really the believer is just projecting their own faults onto unbelievers, those who do not have faith. If you say that science can't explain everything, therefore God, that's the God of the gaps fallacy. And remember that logically, the burden of proof is always on the one making the positive claim. Hitchens' razor allows that whatever is asserted without evidence may be dismissed without evidence. If you want to add a God to our shared reality, then it is incumbent upon you to substantiate your claim. But since religious faith is unreasonable and irrational, it is also illogical. Having faith means never admitting when you're wrong, not even when it's already obvious to everyone, insisting instead that your empty, unsupported assertions should be accepted as true just because you said so, until or unless someone else can prove it wrong. That is the argument from ignorance fallacy. And expecting the atheist to prove that there is no God is not only asking us to prove a negative, which is another fallacy, it is also the fallacy of shifting the burden of proof. Religion requires illogical thinking. For example, the best syllogisms meant to promote religious belief begin with premises that are arbitrarily contrived and not even necessarily true, but even if they were, their conclusions are still non sequitur, like the Kalam cosmological argument. Or their arguments simply ignore important points that contradict it, like with Paley's watchmaker argument or Pascal's wager. Or they fail logically otherwise. Since a material universe must necessarily have material in it, then an argument for a necessary being would assume that dead, unconscious material is immaterial living consciousness. There's just no logic to any of that. And that's just for theism in general. Christianity itself has several more fallacious notions to it, making it even less logical, as we will surely see in a moment.
All right. Thank you so much for your introduction. Let me reset the timer for 1 hour open discussion. And what I will ask is if we can try to keep the interruptions to a minimum. I will leave you guys to chat. I'll try to intervene as least as possible, only if it gets out of hands with the interruptions, but I'll try to be hands off. People in the chat there, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, and we'll get right on to the debate. All right, take it away.
So,
well, the first thing that I kind of wanted to say is that you used a pretty popular argument that I see. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've seen allegedly Ian use that exact argument that you made there, First Amender. When it came to the premise 3 of your first syllogism, where it says extensive empirical investigation has no verified instances of unexplained energy sources or law-violating work attributed to a divine agent,
So it wouldn't necessarily have to be
wouldn't you say that that's
law-abiding.
probably
We would
presupposing the
observe.
fact that the empirical method is the only way to determine any form of energy transfer?
No, I'm saying that we would observe work
muted.
coming from.
You're muted.
We would observe work coming from some unknown source.
Mhm.
If there does exist miracles, we ought observe that. We've never observed that. It's never happened.
Okay. So if it's never happened, something, for example, if it's not verifiable empirically, how does that actually make that premise then logically follow? Like I said in my opening, I said
the
that
problem
something
is that
empirically verifiable.
you're coming to a conclusion that it must exist despite the fact that there's no evidence behind it. I could give you, for example, unfalsifiable experiments or an unfalsifiable statement, and in which case you would actually have no way to disprove me. For example, if I asked you, are there leprechauns? Do leprechauns exist? You would probably say no, right?
Yeah, I would ask for an argument as to how that would be the case. Sure.
Okay. So is it logical to presume that leprechauns exist?
Without an argument, no.
Okay. So you have an argument for the existence of God?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you like me to walk through it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is the argument from divine conceptualism, and you can go ahead and tell me when you disagree.
Okay.
Premise one is that truths are propositions that correspond to reality. That would be my definitional preference, my definitional premise.
Okay.
And that, just to clarify, that would mean that when you say that something is the truth, you have to be able to show that it is true, correct? Because how else can you know if it corresponds with reality?
Mm-hmm.
There may be statements of things that are actual, but if you don't know that they're actual, then you can't. It may be true, but you don't know it. But until you know it, then you can't call it truth.
Yeah, it would depend on your criteria for how you come to the conclusion that something would be true.
I already have a question regarding your premise one. You're saying truths are propositions that correspond to reality.
Mhm.
And we have no evidence of miracles having ever happened, ever, under any circumstance.
Yep. I mean, I asked you the thing regarding...
So hold on. You're saying truths are propositions that correspond to reality, but miracles in and of themselves don't correspond to reality.
I mean, you're saying that they don't correspond to reality because you're taking it from an empirical lens. That's the only reason why it wouldn't correspond to reality in your view.
Where can we observe a miracle ever happening? Because when you're saying a miracle happened, what that shows is that something within our physical realm happened that is unexplained.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's saying that it's unexplained.
There's work being done from some
Can I just
unknown
offer
source.
a contention that we're talking now about arguments for God? We're not discussing Christianity.
I mean, my argument would kind of lead into it, basically supposing that Christianity would be the God that we're talking about. But because
why wouldn't we assume that it would be Hinduism or Sikhism?
Well, because if we go down to the parts here, like for example, in my conclusion, where it necessitates a necessary mind that grounds necessary truths, Hinduism and Sikhism don't actually make that claim about how God
That's
works.
another problem. You're
No,
that wouldn't apply to
Hindus
them.
make that claim, and we could also say the same about deists. So
Hindus would ground everything in a polytheistic sense, and that the
Not
Brahman would
necessarily.
basically just be a generic
Not
understanding.
necessarily. The Bhakti Hindu, which are prominent in the United States, do it very differently. They're very much like American Protestants.
Or hell, I mean, you could look at there's multiple different religions that correspond with like a first cause mover. Like there's so many religions that show that, but for you, it's specifically.
I'm not doing a first cause argument though.
It's no, I'm saying that there's plenty of religion. I'm not saying you're arguing that. I'm saying that there's lots of religions that argue the very same thing that would, like, I could just posit whatever God I like. How do you logically come to the conclusion that it's specifically the Christian God?
Yeah, so if we're talking about like logicality, for example, if I were to finish the syllogism and then we got to the point where we say, okay, now what God?
We're already stuck on P1.
The point is, it's irrelevant.
I mean, you haven't rejected P1.
God could exist or not.
About P1.
God could exist or not, and it have no impact on whether Christianity is logical.
Okay. So the syllogism that I'm specifically trying to give is something that would then lead into that. That's what I'm trying to get through. And you didn't deny premise one, Amender. All you did was ask a question about it
No,
and then
I'm
referred
saying
it specifically
you
to miracles.
contradict your
You,
own
you
premises.
reject premise one.
No, I don't reject premise one. I'm saying you have contradicted your own premise one. Let me ask you this. Do miracles happen?
Yes,
Do miracles affect physical reality?
they can. Yes.
Okay. And you state that truths are propositions that correspond to reality.
Say that again.
Your premise was truths are propositions that correspond to reality.
Yes.
So
Reality would be the physical
you're
world.
contradicting
so if miracles
yourself
affect the
there, right?
physical
Because-
world, then it affects
because
he
a
doesn't
miracle
catch,
specifically-
he's contradicting himself.
he can't catch
Yeah,
that.
he doesn't get that you can't.
Yeah, I'm not
say-
contradicting myself at all.
You can't say that miracles happen when you can't verify that miracles happen.
Yeah, so I just said that if you're taking reality to mean something that's empirically verified, then I just reject that that's what all reality is.
Wait,
Because then
you
at that point,
argued
any form
that.
of philosophy is
You were
rejected.
talking
No, I
about
didn't.
truth. When
I'm not
when
arguing
you
for
can honestly
empiricism.
declare something to be the truth. You
Not
have
for
to be able
something
to
to
show
be the
that it is
truth.
true. You have to literally have to be able to show the truth of it.
Yeah, and if something's true, right, there's different ways in which something can be considered true rather than just empirical evidence.
What
Okay,
is
but now
reality
he's
to
made
you?
the statement
Like the
that
laws of
miracles
logic
happen.
themselves are not empirically verified.
What
but
is
we still-
reality to you?
I mean, reality is it's kind of like a very brute definition. It's kind of just something that would be something that possesses substance or something that exists properly.
All right, Google definitions just simply states it's a world or state of things that actually exist as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. Do you agree with that
Okay.
definition?
Yeah, I believe God actually exists. He's not just an idea. Correct.
Okay, wait, then you're begging the question.
How was that begging
You
the question?
did the exact thing
didn't.
that Aron Ra just said that you would do.
How did I beg the question again? Go ahead.
You presumed the existence of God prior to, you said God exists, therefore God must exist. You're stating,
No.
I said to you, what is reality to you?
I haven't even made the argument that God exists yet.
and I gave you a Google definition, which is the world or state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic notional idea of them. And then you say, well, God is reality to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so God exists, therefore God exists. It's totally
My
circular.
premise one didn't presuppose the existence of God yet at all. See, this argument is something that would be asking you a question. When I'm asking a premise, or when I'm giving a premise, I'm asking if you in your worldview agree with it. I'm not asking you whether or not to accept my worldview.
But I can't go past the premise if you are contradicting your own premise.
I didn't, because I believe that in my own worldview that it does correspond to reality.
And-
That
You
miracles
believe.
correspond to reality.
And you also believe
Yeah, you
that-
guys believe things as well, so that's irrelevant.
I don't.
I mean, you
So
do.
no, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
You
don't.
believe that logic exists. Can you verify that empirically?
No.
So you believe
it's
it?
not, it's not a belief, because when we talk about believers and how believers identify as believers and how they identify belief, they use the word very differently than I normally would have. So if I were to say that I believe something, it means that this is what I think is most likely true or closest to the truth, but I don't know it because I can't show it. But believers use a very different context where they pretend they know things that no one even can know, and they're determined to make believe something that is not evidently true. So I do not make believe things that are not evidently true. I could say that I believe in the Constitution. If you want to go that way, I could do it, but that's a different context. That doesn't apply to what we're talking about now.
Oh, I know. So when I'm talking about like the topic that we were currently using, like logic, for example, you just said yourself that you can't empirically verify it. That would be evidence, right? So then, like, what would be the evidence that you would use then to determine that logic exists at all?
Because we have to, instead of using absolutes, we have to be provisional in our knowledge and understanding.
Logic is axiomatic.
what
They're
it is.
simply tools that we use to come to predictive
Just
outcomes
self-evident.
about the world. But
That would be just self-evident.
yeah, it's an axiom. So
Okay, so what if I
that's
just say
not-
God is an
like,
axiom?
I thought you weren't going to go into the precept stuff. I mean, are we going into
Yeah,
precept?
divine
I guess?
conceptualism is a form of it.
You know,
And
but
we're still off
once again,
topic.
yeah,
We're still not talking about Christianity.
Exactly. And then that's the other, I mean, once again, I'm still stuck on your P1. You believe that miracles exist, even though miracles by their very definition does not correspond with reality. In order to
In
have
my
a
own
miracle
worldview,
as
they
to
would.
go against reality.
But we're not talking about worldview. We're talking about
Yeah, we are. Christianity is a worldview.
We're
No, we're
saying-
not. We're talking
Yeah,
about
Christianity is a worldview.
We're
Religion.
saying whether or not
Is it
Christianity is
logical?
logical.
You guys haven't addressed Christianity yet, either of you.
Yeah, I'm showing that it would be logical under these specific premises.
you're showing that under your worldview that you believe, and you're welcome to say what you believe. That's fine. But
That's
when you
called the
make
other
a
world.
statement of fact that miracles happen, well, then you are violating your own statement about truth. That you can't say something is the truth if you can't show the truth of it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So within my own worldview, if I'm talking about something like, for example, miracles, I do believe that they are something that corresponds to reality within my worldview. So when I'm asking you a certain thing regarding a premise, that's me asking you that within your worldview.
What is a miracle to you?
But
a miracle would just be
let's not go down another rabbit hole.
Okay.
I'm not going to be arguing for within the confines of his belief perspective or whatever he was saying within his worldview. I would rather share the same reality with the other three of us and talk from that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what would that shared reality be?
Well, we were supposed to be talking about Christianity and whether it's logical, not all of this other that has nothing to do with either of those. And as I said, God could exist or not and have no impact over whether Christianity is logical.
Okay. So do you have anything that shows any form of the laws of logic being broken?
Well, certainly. I mean, how is it logical that, Jesus laid out, Jesus is the patriarch of this religion, if I'm understanding this correctly. So how is it logical that Jesus discouraged divorce and forbade divorcees from ever getting remarried, yet Christians have a higher divorce rate than any other demographic?
I mean, just because of the fact that people fail to follow the worldview correctly doesn't mean the worldview is false.
But we're talking about the entire religion, right?
So as a part of Christianity, I think
I would say it depends on the denomination.
Isn't it true that I don't think it matters what denomination is in this specific context. People believe, people that believe in are Christian, they believe that Jesus resurrected, he died for our sins, and also Jesus is God. Would you agree with that?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got a lot of questions about that.
So Jesus resurrected. He resurrected 3 days after he died.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the body would have had to have decayed.
A day and a half, but yeah.
The body would have had to have decayed. And so the oxygen, the nitrogen, the nutrients required for neurons to work and fire, has decayed to the point where now you have bacteria forming and things likely feasting on its body, fungus feasting on it and breaking down the natural matter and materia. And you're telling me that it is logical to presume that all of that was reversed via a miracle, which is something that doesn't correspond with reality ever. We've never observed that ever. It's logical to presume that this total reversal of entropy happened.
It doesn't correspond? You think that something hasn't been observed and therefore it doesn't correspond to reality? That's your position?
Well, it specifically resists temporal understanding. Like, we have never exhibited something reverse timing. That has never happened.
Well,
nobody has ever jumped up like after falling from a cliff, for example.
State that comes awake again. I don't want to argue this because I don't think that there was that event even ever happened, nor necessarily did.
Okay, I'm still waiting for like a law of logic that I asked is being broken.
We were talking about the religion, right?
Yeah.
So which
law of logic does miracles break?
Religion goes against the patriarch, goes against the teachings of the patriarch.
People do, sure.
Yeah, people, the religion, which is what we're talking
Depends
about.
on the denomination.
Jesus was a guy, and so he said one thing, and the religion based on Jesus says something completely different. So thousands of different denominations, all violently conflicting with each other, killing each other in the name of turn the other cheek. That kind of thing. That's a logical contradiction.
So people exercising the worldview incorrectly versus people that follow it correctly is a contradiction to the whole system.
Okay, so we're talking about like even the leaders of the whole religions, right?
Again,
so like,
I'm Eastern Orthodox, so I don't care about any other denomination.
Okay, so how is it? We're talking about like the entirety of Christianity here. Would you accept Catholicism as
no?
No, you don't accept Catholics as Christians. So you are already admitting that you're not the world's leading religion. Christianity has dropped down. The dominant faith in the world now is Islam.
Yeah, that can happen. Okay. Sure. What's wrong with that?
If Catholics, which represent more by themselves, that one denomination represents more than everybody else combined. every other denomination combined.
Okay.
So the top religion would be Islam. The second to that would be Hinduism. The third largest religion would be Catholicism. And then the fourth largest religion would be unless you want to say that Orthodoxy is separate from Protestants and all of that.
It is.
Okay, so then it's even lower then. So you're down below the Sikhs.
Okay. So the amount of people that are part of a religion you think makes it illogical?
But then we have to define what Christianity is.
Yeah, I already said that I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, you are Eastern Orthodox. What is Christianity? We have to define what
Eastern Orthodoxy.
Eastern Orthodoxy. Yeah.
That's it.
Only Eastern Orthodox.
So
Correct.
nobody. So Catholicism is not Christian.
The only Christianity.
Correct.
Oh, all right.
They're only nominally Christian.
I think
Okay, so I get the Jehovah's Witnesses. You dismiss them. The Mormons, you dismiss them. But I came from a Mormon family. They really thought they were Christian.
And by the way, he's once again contradicting himself again, because I asked him whether or not that Christians believe in the following, whether or not that Jesus had resurrected, and whether or not Jesus is God. And he said yes. And all of the denominations that Aron just spoke about are in fact Christians. And now he is contradicting himself, saying, oh, they are not actually really Christians.
It's worse than that.
How am I contradicting myself if I don't believe that they're part of the system anyway?
The people in my family who have
no contradiction,
church memberships, who've been to the temple, who have offices in the temple, in the Mormon temple, right? They believe they're Christian and have dedicated their lives entirely to their Christian faith. Well, they're not Christian, according to some guy from Eastern Orthodoxy.
It's not just according to me; it's according to the historical church that existed in the first millennium.
Fallacy, which is
that's not a no true Scotsman fallacy.
It is a no true Scotsman.
I know what that fallacy is, but the reason why it's not
the audience does.
Can I make an argument or anything?
People who have dedicated their lives.
What's going on?
One second. Hold on, Bryce.
And you're saying you're not
I
Christian.
would like to hear from Anthony because we haven't.
Yeah, you can take over for a little bit, Anthony. It's all good.
Sure. You said the question was about why it's not a no true Scotsman. To say that Eastern Orthodoxy are the only Christians, or is there something else that you'd like to address?
Well, I don't think that any of us would have been prepared to debate, is Eastern Orthodoxy the only form of Christianity? I think that's a very different topic. When we're talking about Christianity, we are going to have to include Catholicism and Protestants and so on.
I don't think so necessarily.
If you want to change the entire debate topic to arguing about how logical Eastern Orthodoxy is, that's another matter. But we are talking about the entirety of Christianity, and you can't just, by fiat, exclude everybody.
Well, we do, because we do have different.
We do. Okay, it's not fair.
There are different sort of metaphysical structures and metaphysical reasonings within Eastern Orthodoxy that entail different explanations or different formulations of certain.
So then I need to be replaced by a Catholic priest or somebody like that, somebody that would say that you were in with the Mary worshipping pagans. I just need to go interdenominational. We can't talk about Christianity as a whole because there is no Christianity as a whole. There's just Eastern Orthodoxy.
That is Christianity as a whole. That's kind of the whole point.
Christianity as a whole. Yeah.
No. Once again, you've contradicted yourself. You're saying, do Christians
How did I do that again?
I said, do Christians believe that Jesus died, resurrected later, died for our sins, and is God? That is a Christian. You said yes. Now you're stating only Christians are Eastern Orthodox. Once again, you have contradicted yourself.
We don't disagree.
Yeah, I said in a nominal sense, sure. I said Roman Catholics are nominal Christians. You know what I mean by that? Nominal? I said that earlier. Yes.
So you're saying like it only
meaning that they just have that they have.
So they're not really Christians. They only exist in name, but they don't have any real substance or power. So what is the real? Just out of curiosity, it's a little bit of a misnomer. But what is exactly the real substance of Eastern Orthodoxy that is separate from the rest of Christianity that makes you think that only the real Christians is Eastern Orthodox?
Do you want to do that, Anthony, or me?
I mean, I can go simply.
It's actually your claim, Bryce. I would love to hear Bryce's claim on that.
All right, I'll answer this claim and then I'll have Anthony take over for a little bit because he hasn't gotten to talk much. But the reason why Eastern Orthodoxy would be considered that one true church that we're talking about is due to the fact that we can actually read the original Christians from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th century, etc., all the way to the Great Schism in 1054. And when you actually look at the theology, the soteriology, the ecclesiology, and all of the way that the church was actually set up, the Roman Catholic Church and the Protestant Church completely deviated from what the original church was. The Eastern Orthodox Church historically is the only church that was actually capable of providing the original faith, and we can actually read the people that believed in it in the 1st and 2nd century, and they do
I've
not
heard this
purport
very
to the
argument
same
from
belief.
Catholics earlier today.
And if you want to talk about it like that, we can.
Based on what was founded on the Pentecost of 33 CE. Yeah, where they called it AD, of course.
I mean, he argued once again.
And I've heard the same thing from Jehovah's Witnesses, that they're going back to the true faith that was somehow forgotten by every other denomination.
Yeah,
and
but they believe in a great apostasy theory, which is its own problem.
If you want to just look up, just be objective, right? I like to be able to look up the facts. How many denominations of Christianity are there? I'm looking at a pie chart that shows quite a few of them. And you know what? Yours is not on the list.
I mean, even if it's not something that's on the first list that you looked up on Google, then I mean, sure.
I think we're a little bit on the weeds on whether on the.
I don't think we're going to get any better
conversation.
because they've redefined what Christianity is to exclude everybody else, and only talk about Eastern Orthodoxy.
I understand. Maybe we can just grant them that position, and for the sake of argument.
I don't think I'm going to. I came to discuss Christianity as a whole, not just one denomination thereof.
And your argument of it being illogical.
We're talking about objectively verifiable data. So if we objectively verify the data, we will look up how many denominations of Christianity there are, and there are quite a few, and they include things that he said are not Christian by his fiat, but there's hundreds of millions of people who really believe they're Christian. They would argue this point with them. I'm not here to defend whether Catholics are Christian. I'm here to criticize Christianity for being illogical, and he's demonstrating how illogical it is.
I mean, me saying that there's only one understanding of Christianity doesn't make it illogical. Your whole entire argument about the Christianity being illogical is due to the fact that there's multiple denominations, which, again, that doesn't actually show something being illogical in the first place. Because you're just saying that due to, because let me put it like this. If there was a worldview that did exist, that was true, any worldview, we're not even talking about Christianity. If there was any worldview that was true, do you believe that there would be false understandings of that belief at all?
Sure.
Okay, so does that make the entire belief false then, on its own?
No.
Then you just conceded that your whole argument. Thank you, Anthony.
No,
you can continue.
No, I didn't. Because I would allow that there are plenty of people who take the same position as I do with regard to humanism, for example, or with regard to accepting evolution, even if they don't necessarily understand it. The fact that some people don't understand it doesn't disprove it, but it also doesn't mean that I can eliminate them as not being from my little tiny faction.
So
I mean, we don't necessarily eliminate them either. We're just saying that they're nominal. They're Christian in name alone.
Yeah, are they Christian then?
Are the differences?
So we're back to discussing Christianity as a whole.
So there are actually so many logical inconsistencies here, just from what Bryce had said, where he had stated, I asked him, hey, the only real Christians he's stating that the only real Christians are Eastern Orthodox. And I asked him, why is that the correct one, right? His answer was, the reason why Eastern Orthodoxy is the real church is because we can read the original Christians all the way back to the Great Schism. And when we look at everything, it deviated from what the church originally was. Even if I presume that you did not make a no true Scotsman fallacy, which you did do, you also, once again, regarding the Great Schism, you're simply stating, I am correct because I looked at this evidence, and that means that I am correct and others are incorrect, as if the Catholic Church themselves did not also do the same thing, or that other people may not have done the exact same thing. And so therefore, you're just assuming you're correct on the basis of the antecedent. You're affirming the consequent. It's not logical.
Yeah, just because of the fact that I affirm my position doesn't... Sorry, I'll say this real quick and you can go. Just because of the fact that I said that I have a certain position, that doesn't mean I invented that position. I didn't make up my own position of Christianity. So again, like, if you want to go ahead and try to say that everyone is Christian, again, like, yeah, sure. If every single denomination was somehow true regarding Christianity, I would honestly concede that then therefore Christianity would be illogical.
True,
that's not the
regarding
case.
Christianity, or are there criteria that one must meet in order to be Christian? The least of which being
There is criteria.
There's a lot of criteria.
Lord and Savior.
Yeah, there's criteria. We can go through any of them if you would like, but
we go through the criteria. The general criteria for what is a Christian applies to all these different denominations that you've excluded.
Yeah, the general criteria is be baptized within the Eastern Orthodox Church. Simple as.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sure that every Mormon.
I'll give you a better one. I'll give you a better one to make the debate. I'll give you a better one to make the debate just a little bit.
Consequent, total logical fallacy.
All right, let me give you a criteria that may be easier for us to actually have a discussion.
But you can't just walk away from that. That is a logical fallacy.
Is it another one that
it's not.
Exclude vast swaths of people?
Say again.
Is it another one that is going to exclude vast swaths of people?
Well, the criteria that we do generally attribute is somebody who actually affirms the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed that was defined in 381 AD.
I tried to use that argument before, and a Christian criticized me for it, saying that not every denomination adheres to the Nicene Creed. I would have thought I would have brought that up first.
They're not Christian.
Yeah, had people not already brought it against me. But what I wanted to talk about is we're talking only about Christianity, and even if we ignore everybody else and only talk about your little group, there's still huge inconsistencies that make no logical sense.
Go on.
What, for example, is the reason for Jesus to anything? Help me with that.
Go ahead, Anthony. You can go ahead, Anthony.
The reason to Jesus for anything?
What's the reason for Jesus?
I even mentioned it in my opening statement. The total reconciliation of man to God.
Why did we need a reconciliation to man from man to God? And wouldn't that mean that Jesus? Are we taking literal everything that's in the Gospel? Do you have your own set of apocrypha that I don't know about?
Not in the New Testament, no.
Okay. So, but when we're talking about Jesus, then Jesus describes himself as existing before all of these other people do. He is a product of God, but Jesus always only ever described himself as subordinate to God, separate from God, that God was someone else, somewhere else, who knew things Jesus didn't know, which is important, and could do things Jesus didn't do. But the important thing is that Jesus now pre-exists all of these other people. He doesn't pre-exist God, nor is he God, but Jesus has to exist to reconcile a thing that hasn't happened yet that God would have had to have known about, right?
So first off, Jesus is God, and Jesus does actually say that him and the Father are one.
Jesus disagrees with you.
He says that he and the Father are one.
Yeah, then later he asks
and then he says that the Father is greater than him.
He prays to someone who is not him, asking, Father who is not me, can my disciples be one with you just as I am one with you? And so they can be one with me and we can all be one with you, which proves that Jesus is not one with God in the way that you're saying.
So what do you know about the person-nature distinction?
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
Okay, so basically Christ, or the Son of God, the second person of the Godhead, is of one nature with the Father, as he's also in one nature with all of mankind. So he's saying that the apostles should be one with him in nature by participation, by grace.
Mission, more or less. They've got the same goal.
Well, no, like the same nature. Like Christ is human nature, and it's all.
Why does Jesus pray to himself when he's not talking to himself?
He's not praying to himself.
Why does God show up and say, "This is my Son, in whom I am very proud"? And then the Holy Ghost shows up, who was also Jesus, apparently. And
it's called energetic. It's called an energetic manifestation.
Someplace Jesus didn't know.
It's called an energetic manifestation.
We got three characters who don't know the same things that the other two do.
That's also false. We do not affirm agnuite, or the idea that the Son doesn't know the same things as the Father.
Father, take this cup away from me, not because I will it, but because you will it. There's Jesus again, distinguishing himself from God, identifying that he is not God.
That's not the case.
He tells people that that he's got the same mission as God, but God knows things he doesn't, and so on.
We affirm something called diotheletism or dioenergism. So when we say that Christ has a human will, he also has a divine will. So he says things.
is his own Father. Jesus is God.
No.
Even though God says that there is no one sitting to the right of him, and then Jesus comes along and says, I sit at the right hand of power. Despite all these
After the
contradictions.
ascension.
Mind you, an energetic manifestation that would exist empirically. That could be proven empirically because energy, in effect, can be measured in terms of work.
So
It
you're
did
telling
come
me
down
that
to
God, that Jesus
What do you think we
is
mean when we
God,
say energetic
and therefore
manifestation?
Jesus existed
I don't know, some fucking
before
magic
the
bullshit.
fall.
That's what I
But
think
the
it means.
reason Jesus exists is for the reconciliation of people with not Jesus, but with God.
Let me try this. Okay, so first off, like when I want to address Amender, where he said the energy thing would be empirically verified. It's specifically in the scriptures, it says that the Holy Spirit descended like a dove. So obviously, in some way, shape, or form, he took on some kind of physical matter in order to do that. So that's not even an issue with that.
I wouldn't even interpret it that way. Descended like a dove. Doves descend. Other things descend. It doesn't necessarily mean he's physical.
Okay, so just because of if God takes on some kind of matter in some way, shape, or form to reveal himself, that's like kind of the entire point of the incarnation. But back to what you said regarding Jesus never claimed to be God. Again, we can look at a bunch of different verses that actually completely contradict your argument that you're attempting to make.
I don't think,
like, for example,
I've talked to an awful
yeah, I
lot
can.
of biblical
Well, let
scholars
me go ahead and do this, and I want you to try to tell me what you think this is saying. In John chapter 8, verses 56 through 58, it says, the Jews then said, Jesus said, your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He saw it and was glad. In verse 57, the Jews then said, you are not even 50 years old, and you have seen Abraham. And verse 58, he says, very truly I say to you, Jesus answered, before Abraham was, I am.
Yep.
What is he? Who is he claiming to be there?
I don't remember the translation between I think it was the Greek.
Ego eimi.
Yeah. And I remember reading from or listening to the lecture by a Bible scholar where he was talking about in the translation, it does not mean what people assume that it means. He doesn't literally say before Abraham was, I am. He said it's a translation error.
Okay, who says it's a translation error?
Yeah, has a translation error.
It was Dan McClellan.
Dan McClellan said well, first off, Dan McClellan is a Mormon, so of course he's going to interpret it that way. So I just want to put that out there.
Okay.
And then,
Another
second
no
off,
true Scotsman.
and he says it's not a no true Scotsman. If there's a worldview that exists and people get things wrong, people are capable of getting things wrong in any form of worldview.
Matter.
It doesn't
specifically
matter.
in the verse.
Specifically
in the verse
question is not
where it
whether or
says
not
before.
is whether or not Christianity is true or false.
No.
The question is whether or not it's logical.
Hold on.
We're talking about it with also
And
in this
so if
case,
you're
we're talking
committing
about how you
logical
translate
fallacies,
Koine
that's
Greek,
what
and
you
it
do.
doesn't matter.
They're both losing it, bro. They're both losing it.
Hold
Can I
on,
speak?
hold on 1 second.
Oh
Go
my
ahead,
goodness.
finish up, Bri.
Thank you. So specifically when he says before Abraham was, I am, the question that was asked right prior to that was, you are not even 50 years old. How have you seen Abraham? And he said before Abraham was, I am. He's specifically quoting Exodus 3:14, where Moses asked, what is your name?
That way, interpreted that way, but apparently not intended that way. And
So,
that's also
explain
that's
verse
also
57.
The only strained interpretation you can make for this. In every other instance, it's very clear that Jesus distinguishes himself from God, even talks to God as a separate person, has to ask God things and then God says no. So Jesus is not the same person as El Allah Abba Yahweh Adonai.
Yeah, so just because of the fact that Jesus within his human nature does things like pray to the Father doesn't mean that then he in of himself is not God.
Wait,
because like Anthony said earlier, no, he'd be praying to the divine nature, which is not the same thing.
So when he says take this cup away, not because I will it, but because you will it, he's calling to the he's not calling to El, he's not calling to Abba, he's not calling to
the divine nature.
He's calling to the divine nature, which is not.
I said that he would be calling to the divine nature because of the fact that Jesus possesses two wills. He has a human will and a divine will.
He's praying to. Would this be the same God that the Jews worship, Yahweh?
Yeah, but as a human, of course, Jesus would perform these actions because all flesh is subject to the Father.
Okay, and the Father also assumed flesh a number of times in the Hebrew Bible.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Not in a single. No, he didn't. Not a single spot.
Yes,
Show me a verse. Book, chapter, verse.
When he invited Moses and the 70 elders and such to look at his physical body, where his feet were on the lazolep.
That was Jesus. That wasn't the Father. That was Jesus. It doesn't say it was the Father.
Jews don't believe in Jesus.
So
just because Jews don't believe in Jesus doesn't mean that my view is false.
So
God also said that he had to turn his head and hold his head up because no man can look at my face and live. So not Jesus. We're talking about a different God here.
No,
That still doesn't.
that's Jesus specifically stating specific.
The
When it
purpose
says that no one
of
can see my
Jesus-
face, that's referring to the divine nature. Nobody can actually witness the divine nature.
And then
So-
you're saying that Jesus just revealed himself because it was God who was revealing himself, and now you've just taken the Jewish Jehovah or Jewish Yahweh and made him into Jesus for the same
What?
reason that you made all of these other denominations not Christian. But the
What was that to do with what I just said?
the question: what was the purpose of Jesus? Now you're telling me that Jesus pre-existed everything, which means he pre-existed the fall, which means he was created as a reconciliation for a thing
Christ
that
not
never
created.
hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, John 1:3 explicitly states that Jesus was not
I
created.
mean,
so I
like,
mean, I don't
despite
really know
the
what you
fact
mean
that
by
it's, I mean, just like off of
You're
its
not getting
face
the
value,
question. Why
God.
does Jesus exist? You said Jesus existed because he was a reconciliation for man back to God.
That's not why he exists.
At
He
the
doesn't
incarnation-
exist
Right,
only
change
because
your
of-
answer.
I mean, what? I don't think that's what Anthony said. He didn't say that he only exists because of the fact that he's a reconciliation of man. That is something that he performed.
I asked what does
That
the
doesn't
purpose-
mean that that's the point of it.
why
The
does
purpose for Jesus to us is to reconcile us, not literally for his own
So
existence.
Jesus, who is God and therefore created the universe before he created us, before there was a fall, pre-existed himself to reconcile us to him when he
pre-existed
set
his
up
human
the
nature.
thing so that we would fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic question: is God had sacrificed himself to save us from himself? It's obviously like like it is very illogical to think, but without me getting too deep into the weeds, the problem so far is the fact of the question is Christianity logical? As in, formally, can we say that the tenets of Christianity, or just Christianity in general, being logical? I would imagine it is probably illogical to commit informal fallacies. You committed fallacies of affirming the consequence, as well as no true Scotsman fallacies in your very strange Eastern Orthodox basis. You also contradicted your very definitions in a premise that you made, stating that truths are the proposition that correspond to reality, but also that miracles happen, specifically things that do not correspond with reality. Why don't you help me out with that?
Yeah, my premise was something asking if you agreed with it, not whether or not my position is already presupposed. So can you tell me how I made a logical fallacy there with that?
So once
We're
again,
getting back to the other
truths are
argument, but on whether
propositions.
Yeah,
there's
you're
God and
just
not whether
repeating yourself. You're not
Christianity is
addressing what I just asked. I asked a
because
specific
you're
question.
not because you're not understanding. You're not understanding at all. Why,
I'm understanding. I'm asking
why
how I
you are,
actually
you are
fall into a
contradicting
fallacy.
yourself. So
I'm asking how I actually
Hold
fall
on.
into the fallacy
So
if my
what
premise is
happens
asking you.
if something is the opposite of a truth? A truth is a proposition that corresponds to reality. An untruth
Cool.
is something that does not correspond with reality, right?
Untruth.
Yes, something that is not true is something
falsity.
that doesn't correspond to reality, correct?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Do miracles correspond with reality?
Yes.
Yes.
So therefore, what? The very basis of miracles
Don't go
is
there.
that they're untrue. The
Yeah,
very
but
Again, like
basis
you
of it.
think, no. If miracles, I believe that the miracles do correspond with reality. I'm still
All
waiting
right.
for like where that's logically
So
not
a
the case.
miracle is a surprising or welcome event that is not explicable by natural or scientific laws and therefore is considered to be the work of divine agency. Do you agree with that?
Sure, that's fine. We can go with that.
Okay, so that would mean it is not explicable by natural or scientific laws. That means it does not correspond with reality by its very definition of a miracle.
You think that if
Miracles and
something is
magic
not
share the same
empirically,
definition.
Amender, do you think that if things are not empirically verified, that then therefore they don't correspond to reality
No.
at all?
It's the assertion about them. This is why I mentioned before, when you want to use the word truth, we can't just talk about the actual. If you want to say something, you want to claim something to be the truth, you have to be able to show the truth of it. You have to be able to show that it is true. If you can't show that it is true, you can't call it truth.
Okay, and you admitted earlier that things can be true without being empirically verified.
That's true. They can be, but we can't
what we're trying
call
to
it truth until we know that it is.
Okay.
What does that even mean, dude?
If you don't know it,
that's
if
a
you can't
tautology.
show it, then you don't know it. You have to be able to verify it. Show the
Show it
truth.
what way?
Show the
Show it
evidence
what-
backing that conclusion.
What way do I show
I'm
it?
always saying, I'm probably going to have this on my headstone if I were ever to have a headstone. The truth is what the facts are, what we can show to be true, not whatever else we might assume or imagine beyond or instead of that, which is the realm of religion.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'll address that real quick, and then I'll pass it over to Anthony. When you said that things need to be shown as true, otherwise
You're
they're
going to call
not.
them truth.
Okay, they have to be shown as true.
Yeah, you can't claim it
Okay.
truth if you can't show the truth of it. The
Okay,
evidence-
cool. And you admitted that not all truths are empirically verified.
That's not what I said.
That
I
is
said-
exactly what you just said
No, it's
2
not.
minutes
I
ago.
said there are things that may be true and we don't know them, and so that for that reason we cannot call them truth.
Talking about like things that we use in abstracta, like for example, things like logic and mathematics, etc.
There could be things that we accept as true.
But they aren't objectively true. Math isn't objectively true to you.
Yeah, of course. What are we
But how do you empirically verify that?
We're talking about
math
things that
is
we
not
can
objectively.
we can show the truth of it, and now
Math
you're
isn't
talking about things
objective.
that we can absolutely prove. Yeah, math is one of those things we can show the truth of. Religion is one of those things where they just use the word truth for what is nothing more than a pack of lies.
So I'll just say the thing about math real quick. When you said math, right? Yeah. How do you empirically verify math?
It's predictive outcome.
Again, empirically, yeah. Predictive outcome, by the way, is not something within empiricism. That's something regarding physical evidence. How do you have physical evidence?
But it is an
Again,
observation.
We're talking about Christianity, and you never got
Okay.
to my question
All right,
about
Anthony, you
why
can go ahead.
Jesus exists. So you're
You can go
telling
ahead,
me that Jesus existed before the universe began, but the purpose of his existence is to be a reconciliation for humans back to God, who is also Jesus, because Jesus is God and Jesus pre-existed a need for a reconciliation. Why would we need a reconciliation?
So
Tell me that.
I mean, I'll start first that there are two natures in Christ. He's not just like a single nature after the incarnation. Before the incarnation, he was fully God. Like, we can very clearly say that that Christ is God before the incarnation. He didn't have a human nature, but his purpose for enacting the incarnation was to take on the human nature for the complete reconciliation of mankind to God.
So Jesus's purpose for
At the
his
incarnation.
existence is a
No,
reconciliation.
not existence. At the
Okay, well, that was
incarnation.
why I asked. Why does Jesus need to exist at all?
Like, in what sense? Like, as a divine person, or as a divine person with a human nature?
Well, Christianity, I thought, was this belief that there's this guy, Jesus, who died for your sins. However, that's supposed to make sense. And I'm told that Jesus defeated death 2,000 years ago when he was killed. And I don't know how he defeated death. I'd like some explanation for how death has been defeated, because it looks to me like people still die. And I'm
by
betting,
assuming it and then
I'm betting
resurrecting
that
him.
before he died, that people died, and then according to much of the Hebrew Bible, it says that they didn't exist anymore, that they die and they just don't exist. Period.
When we
And
say
now
that
we have
Christ,
Jesus
when we say
pursuing
that
a
Christ
completely
defeated
different-
death, when we
What?
say that Christ defeated death, we talk about how Christ took on humanity and voluntarily endured death, and then by his resurrection, he defeated death so that mankind may be able to participate in that willingly.
Despite
How?
the fact
It's
that
actually-
logically that's a total reversal of entropy, completely reversing all basis of logic, all temporal understanding. We now have to render every single experiment effectively potentially falsified, because it is possible for God to reverse entropy in the universe, which, by the way, thankfully
Can you
has
define
never
entropy
been
for me real quick,
reproduced.
Amender?
Entropy
Can you-
is going
can
from
you-
higher energy states to lower energy states.
No, it is not.
But again,
it's actually
we're
not.
talking
That's not
about-
what entropy is.
We're talking about a God who dies, and not like Prometheus. Prometheus did a much better job. Got crucified for 10,000 years on a rock. Never died, because gods don't die. But this God died, and he spent a day and a half, which they call 3 days. He spent a day and a half in his own winter home, apparently, because he runs hell, according to what all the Christians tell me. So big whoop. Jesus gave up his weekend for you. What exactly did Jesus' death do? So how are people before Jesus died? When they die, how is it different than people after Jesus when they die?
Well, he took himself to save himself from himself.
If God was one person, that would make sense, Amender, but that's not how God works.
I mean, I'm just saying that's what
Then
happened,
why don't
right?
you give me an answer, please?
Like about death. So all people, past, present, and future, who will die or have died, still participate in the saving reality of the resurrection.
Wait, how? The people who died before Jesus died participate in a reality of his resurrection that hadn't happened yet, even though they don't exist
once it
anymore?
happens. We don't say that they cease existing after death.
Okay, so what does it mean when Jesus says that if and only if you believe in me, then you will never die? But if you don't believe in me, then the wages of sin is death, right? So if you don't believe in Jesus, you die. If you do believe in Jesus, you don't die. You die, but you don't. You die, but
also,
you don't
you go
die.
to hell unless if you're an Eastern Orthodox. Specifically,
it's
Eastern Orthodox
sense
as
of what
per
the
the
word death means in
schism
this
and the
case.
Nicene Creed, right?
I'm trying to get them to answer.
I'm still waiting. Which
It's a
part
question of what you
regarding
mean
the
by death.
defeating of death? You're talking about the
what does
defeating
it
of
mean
death
to defeat-
situation?
How the people who died before Jesus spent his weekend in hell, how was their deaths different than people who died after Jesus?
Yeah, it says in the epistle of Peter that the reason why Jesus spent that time in hell in the first place is to preach to the souls who were sitting there, because those people died in pre-incarnation.
Preach to people who are already dead.
Because those people still possess their spirit when they're in hell, and they're capable of listening.
Wait, so we can be in hell. We die and we're in hell, and then we can be saved.
What do you
Hades
think you
is
think
not the
hell
same
is?
thing as eternal hellfire that's defined in Revelation.
Okay, so when Jesus creates himself, I guess, so that he can be a reconciliation of human to man, because of a fall that hasn't happened yet, Jesus created himself to reconcile from a fall that he knew would happen, but that hadn't happened. And so he also created hell so that he could punish people who haven't fallen yet, but he knew was going to fall because he set up the trap and baited it and everything. So what are we being saved from?
Hell doesn't exist yet. Gehenna doesn't exist yet.
There's a difference between Hades when it comes to being outside of Abraham's bosom, as it says specifically in the scriptures, versus actually the eternal hellfire that's defined in Revelation on the last day. That's not the
Which
same
once
thing.
again can be
Jesus
shown to
talked
exist in any way, shape, or form, right? Like we just
Yeah, sure. If you want to say
written
empirically
down.
verified, sure. But again, that doesn't make it illogical. I'm still waiting for any argument of Christianity being illogical.
Well, the fact that you
based on
committed
this.
multiple
trying to get at.
fallacies in order to
Just
solidify your
curious.
argument.
You still haven't actually shown how I made.
I
this
did.
fallacy,
I actually pointed
because
out three of them.
I refuted your accusations that you made already, and it seems like
Yeah,
you're
no,
retracting
it's
them.
So-
you saying "nuh-uh" is not an argument. I'm sorry.
So
I didn't
when
say
is-
no.
when did hell-
Hold on, wait. Amender, can you steelman my argument that I gave you, please?
I have no idea. A lot of the times when a lot of these crazy freaking Catholics come in, I sit here and I hear concepts like, if we doesn't logically disprove the fallibility of a Christian God, therefore is Christianity, or stating ridiculous things like, he chooses not to destroy, presuming the existence of a God to begin with. It goes in circles, man, and it doesn't have any logic behind
I'm just glad
it.
that,
That's
I'm
why
just
I
glad that you
can't.
admitted that you
that's
didn't
why
understand my argument. So
I
that's fine with
understood
me.
your. It's
Please
total
explain it
nonsense.
to me.
I mean,
Explain it to
if
me then, if you
I'm sure if
understand
I
it.
talk of the horse, donkey, monkey, pig, and how it played chess with the water, I'm sure that would be, hey, could you just reframe my argument for me? And then you'd be like, I have no idea what the fuck you said. That doesn't make it magically logical.
You said you understood my argument, so
Oh,
I'm asking
Jesus
you to
Christ.
just please define it for me. You have anything?
So
Can you explain
you
anything
seem
about
to
my
argue your concept of defying conceptualism. You were
I haven't even
arguing
gotten to
your
do that
initial. Yeah, you were trying to argue your P1, which, by the way, you contradicted yourself in P1, stating
No, I didn't.
truths or
You still haven't
propositions
shown
that
that.
correspond to reality. Well, it does, because
How
you
did I
said
contradict?
miracles
It's
happen.
one premise. It's
Miracles,
one
by their
premise. How
very
did I
definition,
contradict-
you
how did I contradict
contradicted
myself
it
with one
based on a
premise?
previous statement you said. You can say a premise that is the opposite of something that you had said prior.
please
That
show
would
how it was a
contradict it.
contradiction?
You're
you
also
show how I-
assuming
Oh,
the
Jesus
definition
Christ.
of reality
You
by
said
saying that you made a
miracles
contradiction.
happen, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, and a miracle is something that it doesn't correspond with physical
I
reality.
reject. I reject that.
And you stated truths
you
are
know that I
proper.
didn't say that.
You reject that? Then what the fuck is a miracle to you? Is it something that can be entirely empirically verified? It can be it can be sourced to natural causes entirely?
Just because something isn't sourced to natural causes doesn't mean that there's not natural causes involved in a miracle.
Okay, so
Yeah. So
There's a difference between a cause and effect, by the way.
yeah,
Wait.
I would still like to get back on topic.
That's fine.
You know, because we've got where we talk about how Jesus is God because he said this phrase translated in the Greek, which was interpreted this weird way, and that's the only thing that supports this one position, where all of the other things he said contradict that. And then we also have to ignore where Jesus said that the Pharisees were all serpents, or that they were all vipers, and that they were all the sons of Satan, when I guess he wasn't being literal then. Well, maybe he wasn't being literal this other time either. I don't want to go over all this. I want to talk about the sum of Christianity, where Jesus exists to reconcile us back with God, and hell exists, but not yet. So apparently hell didn't exist yet when Jesus threatened to crush the unbelievers in a bloody wine press and have the rivers of blood up to a horse's bridle for anybody who didn't believe. Did hell exist yet when Jesus allegedly said that?
Do you know what we mean when we say hell? Like, do you know what our understanding of?
Can you
hell
answer my
is?
question before giving me your interpretation?
Well, no, it's a question of if you're actually critiquing our position or not.
Well, I still need the answer to my question.
And that's going to depend on how you see our
Did
position.
the thing that you're going to describe as hell already exist when Jesus allegedly said that?
I mean, in a sense.
Which verse are you talking about?
You guys should be in politics.
Which verse are you actually talking about?
Political answer right there.
Okay,
verse are you
what
actually
is
talking
hell
about?
then, according to you?
Hell is to experience the divine energies of God and not be receptive to it.
I'm sorry.
Hell is the
absence of
experience of the energies of God and not receiving it or hating it.
Experiencing the energies of God
and hating it.
Let me put it like this, right? So
it's not the gnashing of teeth that Jesus said it was.
The gnashing of teeth is the hating it.
That's the hating it. Gnashing your teeth.
There's no hellfire. There's no lake of fire. There's no eternal.
Not literally.
Not in a literal sense. Forever. Not in a literal sense. No, it's a spiritual state.
Okay, so we are deprived of our free will upon death?
No.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that? Like, are you talking about like the ability to choose otherwise? Like when you say free will,
I mean,
like libertarians?
Deprived of God and hating it. So you would have to take my free will away.
Well, actually, no. If we go back to the definition of free will that I gave earlier, the definition of free will that we use and understand is that free will is the voluntary activity of an agent according to their power.
Okay.
You're still,
and you understand that the way philosophers approach this is slightly different. I mean that we can, that we're so predictable in what it can be predetermined what choices we're going to make.
Passion has nothing to do with whether free will exists or not.
Well,
free will has to do with activity and not passion.
All right, we won't go there. Did hell, which is contradicted by what the Bible says about it, but you have a different interpretation. So your different interpretation of hell, did it exist already when Jesus said that he was going to crush the unbelievers in the bloody winepress?
When I said in a sense, because God's energies are ever existent. Like,
so was that a yes?
They're going to be experienced no matter. They're going to be experienced no matter what.
Okay,
but the eschaton has not happened yet.
What is energy?
Said the thing.
Energy is second actuality. Energy is.
So hell did not exist when Jesus said the thing about the bloody winepress.
I said hell exists in a sense that the energies of God exist.
When did it start to exist in a sense? When did it start to exist in a sense?
All the time. God's energies are
ever present. So hell always existed
in the form of God's energies.
so hell existed before the alleged fall, which wasn't even a fall.
Because hell is the description of experiencing God's energies and hating it. I mean, it could be said that it didn't exist. It could be said that it didn't exist before the fall because man didn't have a gnomic will at that point.
Experiencing the energy of God and therefore hating it, and then also at the same time, the absence of God's energy somehow.
Somehow.
don't say that.
Yeah, but it's not a
We don't
logical
say that.
contradiction.
That
And it
doesn't
has to be a
logically contradict,
reconciliation.
obviously, you know?
Hell existed
We just don't say that.
before God made his perfect creation. So
Because
God
God's energies
created
existed
hell
before
All right,
creation.
to punish.
Total nonsense.
Who's it going to
Can I
punish?
get? Can I kind of just give you like just the overall thing about it? Okay.
Right.
So when we talk about hell, when it comes to like the actual finality of all things,
It is the
right?
thing we're supposed to be saved from, right? Just to be clear.
Yes,
Okay.
the actual eschaton, right? The ending of what
I like
all
how you
things
say
are going to be.
actual about something that's entirely mythical. But go
I
ahead.
said eschaton, by the way. I did not say actual. Anyway, the thing I'm talking about regarding hell is simply just all things come from God, all things eventually return to God. If you return to God in a sinful state, then you will then therefore hate the presence of God. God distributes his love to all things whatsoever, whether or not they are good or bad. If you are somebody who possesses a will that does not actually love God, or you do not understand the true love of God because you rejected him, then that would be hell when you experience God, because the true love of God is not something that you would actually like, and it would be eternal torment. It would be like a fire, as it says in Hebrews, and that fire is something that can either burn you, or it could be like iron where you mold with it.
I understand that that's what you believe, but that doesn't really curtail as to whether or not Christianity is logical.
I'm still
And
waiting
it
for a
doesn't
single
make
argument of
any
that anyway.
sense
I've
either.
already presented
So the hell
multiple, and
existed-
you've contradicted yourself anytime you open your mouth.
Yeah,
The
then
hell
let him
existed
give his
before
argument.
there were unbelievers.
I
and it
let him make
existed
his argument.
exclusively to punish unbelievers. Right?
Say again.
What did
Hell
you
Sorry, go
existed
ahead.
before there were unbelievers, and it exists exclusively to punish unbelievers. Right?
No, it exists because the energies have always existed. I mean, again, I could say that
It's
it
just
has
the presence of God
Yeah.
in a hateful, in a state where human beings hate it. I don't understand the problem.
Okay, let me try to explain it to you from the child's perspective. When I was 12, I remember reading the Bible and being utterly disgusted by it, because I was taught that this was that God was ultimate wisdom, and that God is love, and that when I read the Bible, that I'm going to be able to tap in to the greatest mind that ever existed. And of course, you don't get many pages into Genesis before you realize that these are the words of inferior people trying to justify their inhumanity toward their neighbors.
Is there types of love that you think exist, like when it comes to like the way that people act towards each other, that may negatively impact people because of the way they reflect, or by the way they experience it?
No, there may be, and it's irrelevant to what we're talking about now, isn't
I mean,
it?
if you just accepted that, then you're basically saying that even if we say that God is love, if people experience God's love as negative, then that doesn't mean that then therefore it's contradictory.
If God is truth, then he's not going to lie constantly like he did in the Bible. If he had written
He didn't lie
it,
anywhere.
it was clear that God didn't write this. Excuse me, I've got something going on. I'm going to First Amender, you're going to have to take over for a moment.
You're good. Okay, so let me ask you this, just out of pure curiosity. Do you believe that plants came before the sun?
I mean, if you're talking about like the physical sun, sure.
You believe plants existed before the sun?
Yeah, when God said, "Let there be light," that was simply just him distributing his energies upon creation. So God
Well,
could have.
So
God
I can
could
give
have
you the
just
specific
simply-
verses.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I
so the
didn't say no.
plants in the book, plants came before the sun. So in your mind, you believe plants came before the sun?
Yeah, God's energies would be able to sustain the plants without the actual physical sun existing.
And
Sure.
that makes logical sense to you.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be a sense about logic. I would say
So-
that maybe
so
it
your
doesn't make
logic-
empirical sense to you.
Your logic is magic. So I could, for example, based on
Can you define magic?
Based on your basis, I could justify that there exists right now, that has been following you your entire life, a leprechaun. But as soon as you turn around, it disappears. As soon as you turn on a camera, it disappears. As soon as you have a mirror in front of you, it disappears. Any reflection, it disappears. And if there's another person in the room, it disappears. And if you put anything on the floor, it also disappears. That would be logical in your mind, right? Because in my mind, I believe that there could be a magical leprechaun. Why?
Because
Why
there
is that
wouldn't be a logic.
illogical?
Because there wouldn't be a logical argument for it actually being the case.
Why? Why?
What do you mean? Why?
I just
told you why.
I just posited the position, right? Show me why
You
it
gave me
would
a
not be
yeah.
logical. It's completely
You
logical.
gave a position. You
Where
gave
do
a
we see
position, but you didn't make an
plants?
argument for it.
Where do we see plants existing without photosynthesis? Where do you see that?
Yeah, again,
Very
just because you
simple,
can't
doesn't
see
it?
something, doesn't mean it's not the case.
Okay,
That's
so
ridiculous.
therefore a magical fucking leprechaun exists behind you. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's not me committing a fallacy there. I'm telling you that in my
No,
position,
the question
that
isn't whether or not
you're
it's a
giving
fallacy.
criteria
The
from
question isn't
empiricism.
whether or not that it's a
You're giving a
fallacy. The
critique
question is
based
whether or
off
not
of
Christianity
empiricism.
is illogical. You are literally saying
your
plants would
argument is
exist
based off of
prior to there
empiricism being
being
the
the
case.
existence of a sun, dude. Are you
Yep.
serious?
Your critique is based off of empirical verification, which has nothing to do with whether or not something
Aaron.
actually possesses logicality.
Okay, so I'm sorry about that. There's something with the dogs making all kinds of noise, and there's nothing I can do about that from here. But hell,
Are we doing the next thing, or are we still talking about this? I saw that the timer ran out. So what do you want to do next?
Yes. If you want to keep it going,
I'm still doing my first question. All right, never mind.
but we do have a bunch of questions, so we might spark some more conversation with that. I want to thank all of you for this debate. I know that we didn't talk about closings. Would you rather take 1 minute to do a short closing and then go to questions, or do questions and then closings?
I'd like to do a closing. I wrote it.
Yeah, we could just do a little bit of a closing here and then do the questions.
Perfect. Let's do 2 minutes per side for closings. Closing remarks. Give me 1 second. Let me fix that. All right. And let's do that. Since you guys started, you guys can start the closings. So I'm in there.
All right. Logically speaking, it works as follows. I start by presuming that there could be a God, starting with the premise God can do miracles. What is a miracle? A surprising and welcoming event that is not explicable by natural or scientific laws and is therefore considered to be the work of a divine agent. It could be possible that God exists within our universe and therefore acts. The question becomes, what does this look like? You would be able to have some sort of energy source coming from some unknown source that is able to do work within our universe and that cannot be explained by a known source of energy, for instance. Thousands of experiments have been done to find this divine source of energy. To this day, we have not found a single definitive instance of an unknown source of energy capable of doing work. Ergo, if there is no evidence of its existence, despite our best efforts of looking, it doesn't exist until we can prove it exists. With knowledge that we have no real evidence of any independent energy source, at minimum, God does not influence himself in the universe in any way. So where else could God hide, knowing that he, quote unquote, does miracles? We could posit, for example, that God exists beyond space-time and that the first cause mover of the universe and has also presupposed the quote-unquote energy required to enact all of their miracles deterministically as a first cause mover. How can I prove or disprove something that exists beyond space-time? For starters, God requires several anthropomorphisms to match the God that we know. For example, God cares about us. God thinks. God wills things into existence. God cares about what chemical waste rod goes into chemical waste holes, and it makes him very angry. God is a singular source, a whole body. Each of these descriptors are functional, provided that you have a space-time fabric to enable things like quarks and atoms to exist. Should there be no fabric of existence enabling things like objects or a singular source or temporal things such as thinking and willing, we cannot presume any of these things due to the lack of space-time. Whatever should that concept even be possible beyond space-time, would be wholly foreign to us as something that exists beyond any anthropomorphism. Even this is highly charitable because it presumes something like this could even be possible. But if we were to presume something exists beyond space-time, it would mean that it would likely lack just about any known anthropomorphization. For example, simply calling it a single source or a one will ensure some sort of encapsulation, separate from the stuff of the rest of the plane. Yet this once again only works within space-time, given that there exist fundamental forces that enable objects to be separate from other things, enabling things to be separated. Ergo, at bare minimum, even being charitable, whatever is beyond space-time possesses no anthropomorphic structure whatsoever. It doesn't care, it doesn't think, it doesn't even know that we exist. It has no worry. It simply makes at least one universe. Would this be your God? I think not. And therefore, there is no God in and outside of space-time, and Christianity is illogical.
All right. You took a little bit of extra time, but I didn't want to cut you off. So
my apologies.
I'll give the same. It happens. It's okay. I'll give the same. I give 3 minutes to everyone else. Aaron, ready?
It's Aron, please.
Aaron, sorry.
Let the other guys go first. I'm going to see if I can get these dogs to shut up.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm mortified now. I don't do it on purpose. It's just my South American accent. Anthony, Bryce, who wants to go first?
I'll go ahead and go first.
You got it.
So based off of the debate that we had today, first off, I didn't see a single thing that actually was an argument against the logicality of God. I saw people actually applying a form of empirical critique against a view that does not obviously grant empiricism as the end-all be-all for all truth. And as we can see, our opponents even conceded multiple times that obviously empirical evidence does not actually determine all truth whatsoever. So it kind of contradicted the entire point that they were trying to make anyway. Another thing that happened as well is when they were talking about the miracles thing, they tried to say that I was contradicting myself because of the fact that I do believe myself that miracles do correspond to reality. I never said that they did not correspond to reality. You can play back the tape. Just because of the fact that the source for that miracle is not something that corresponds to physical reality, which is a different thing than if we're talking about something that would be existing outside of physical reality, then if something can still be affected, so the physical reality can still be affected by whatever that thing is. So again, there's a difference between cause and effect here, or the source and the effect from that source. Regarding Jesus being God, I mean, I didn't really get too much into that when it came to the Bible, but there one verse that I specifically wanted to state specifically that it's pretty obvious that Jesus himself was not created, because we could see explicitly in John 1 verses 1 to 3, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and he was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that was made. The category of things that are made then therefore cannot be Jesus, because Jesus, everything was created through him. So then therefore Jesus could not have been created himself. It's very simple. And then obviously it says that that the Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us, which is obviously denoting Jesus himself. And it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So obviously there's no issue with that. He's just simply taking a Muslim interpretation of the Bible, which is usual with atheists. And regarding, like I said, the logicality thing, like I said earlier, I didn't see an actual P and not P, because that's actually what a logical contradiction, because that's what they tried to make over and over is. I didn't see a single P and not P when it came to like our actual worldview. It also kind of sucks that it seems like they did absolutely no studying on their opponents in any way, shape, or form, considering that they knew absolutely nothing about Eastern Orthodoxy, to the degree where we had to basically teach them about it the entire debate. But I'm just going to yield the rest of my time on that. Thank you for doing this debate with me. It was enjoyable.
All right. Thank you so much. Anthony, ready? You are muted.
So I guess I'll start with the fact that neither of our arguments were actually addressed throughout the debate. Both my argument on the logicality by the defense against the Epicurean paradox, but also in the divine conceptualism argument, which was never actually able to be given. That started on premise 1 and then never was able to continue. And on everything else, we were able to completely demonstrate why it is logical, the things that we believe, and was actually able to give a full account of what we believe and how we believe it, and demonstrating that. As for that, I don't actually have anything else. I'll yield my time.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much, Anthony. And I'm going to say it wrong again. I'm so sorry. Aron.
Aron, RN, registered nurse. So easy. So what we really said about truth and empiricism was not that we can't use empiricism to define all truths or anything. That's not even the issue. That's not what we were saying. We were saying you can't call truth unless you know that it is true, because then you're just asserting baseless speculation as if it was a matter of fact, which is what all religions do. That's their fundamental logical failure. You assert baseless speculation as if it was a matter of fact. So God was with God, and Jesus is God's son, who was made before time began. So Jesus would have already pre-existed before the beginning of time, but Jesus is still God's son, and Jesus really does describe himself as subordinate to God over and over again. I know that you've got a different interpretation of it, but that's the case. So just like I said, Jesus would have said that he had pre-existed all of these people. And he told these people that, aren't you gods too? You're all gods. We're all gods. Yay, hey. But I wasn't invited to debate Eastern Orthodoxy. It didn't matter who the people were that I was debating. It didn't matter which denomination they were with. They were talking about Christianity as a whole. Yeah, we can debate that one. And unfortunately, I was never able to get into the topic of why Christianity is so grossly illogical, because everybody has a different direction. I was listening to the opening arguments. We're all talking past each other on completely different things. And I think everybody else is being irrelevant to the point that needs to be made. So I have to let it go there.
All right. Thank you so much for that. That was fun. We have questions. All right. Here we go. I'll try to... if you're going to send super chats or questions, try to be nice. Like, it's been fun. Then let's not sully it. How does Bryce have... Oh, my God. The first one. Worst hairline here. Love you, Bryce. Merry Christmas. I mean, no.
Well,
I don't have a hairline at all, so that has to be the worst, right?
Yeah. First off, I'm gonna have to say that I think that's crazy because the host himself has decided to not have a hairline at all.
At all,
but,
yeah.
But to be fair, though, it makes it look like I'm lying because I'm trying to maintain the hair that I currently still have. But hey, I'm on minoxidil and finasteride now, so hopefully I get it back.
So we got to do the trip to Turkey grift.
Shut up, bro. I'm not going to do the trip to Turkey.
Turkey or Brazil, both good destinations. Yeah, I inquired into that, but no way. It's way too much. Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Maybe one day you too can host your own debate con at a Holiday Inn in Montevideo. Thank you for believing in me. That gives me hope. Yes,
Max, can I say so? I would love to see you host a quote unquote debate con, right? Because I feel like there would be a lot less Andrew Wilson ethnonat fans. Like it would just be a better place. It really would. I believe that.
I have two words for you. And I'm sorry that I have to
not
say
and
drugs,
yet.
Drugs and bitches. I mean, that's
there you go. We'll have blackjack and hookers. Sounds great.
Yeah. Tim Davidson for $5. Good news. We can save your snake, but he's never going to walk again. Oh my. Alex Medeiros, who is Wi-Fi Gospel. First Amender. Why are you being bad faith? P1 in Bryce's argument has nothing to do with miracles. That's a red herring. Engage with the argument.
It doesn't, but when you say one thing and then say the opposite as your premise, that's where your contradiction exists. You could contradict your premise by saying something prior that is opposite of your premise.
Is that a discuss? Are we just kind of like just doing the question answer?
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
You can talk. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't want it to divulge into a complete other conversation, but I did say that miracles, in my view, correspond to reality. So I'm still trying to. I still don't see the issue with that. But that's just my response.
Because you can't show it
empirically.
Yeah, and I never said that you can demonstrate math empirically. Because
so then it's not true with your criteria.
I believe in reason and empiricism.
Yeah, and the reason though would be something that's not empirical in of itself. And if I can see if I can make it,
our knowledge has to be provisional. I can weigh multiple hypotheses at once without necessarily committing to any of them. So I go with the best information and the most productive means. As Hume said,
which one is the best,
no
right?
choice but to accept that there is external reality, because we would have to make the same assumption as a baby or a beast would.
Yeah, I read a little bit of David Hume.
Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Do the Eastern Orthodox panelists believe that the bread and wine become the body and blood of Jesus during their mass equivalent?
You want to take that, Anthony? No, I can just add on to it.
Yeah, I mean, we believe that the bread and wine become the body and blood energetically, as in it's a participation in the life death and resurrection of Christ, and ascension and sitting at the right hand of the Father.
I wish.
Yeah, we don't believe in
that.
the.
That was the topic. We were supposed to address that. Never got to it.
Yeah, we don't believe in the Eucharistic miracles, like in terms of like the way that the Roman Catholic Church purports them, like them turning into like physical blood and physical flesh and things like that. We think that that's actually pretty weird.
The whole purpose.
We actually see it as a condemnation if that happens.
Yeah.
Interesting. Alexander Medeiros, Wi-Fi Gospel. I'm sorry, I don't know which you prefer. I think it's Wi-Fi Gospel, but YouTube is being weird with the whole names things. I believe doesn't have to be true in order for it to be logical. P1, it's logical to want a better society. P2, Christianity produces a better society. C, Christianity is logical. Thank you so much for the $10.
Sorry, yeah. So are you saying that Christianity does not produce a better society as a possibility? Like you could just have like the logical entity, but I suppose if you contradict yourself, that would make it not logical.
Yeah, statistically, it doesn't make a better society.
All right, thank you so much. Basil for $5. Christianity is illogical, except for Eastern Orthodox Christianity. That one is totally logical. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Amen. I rest my case. I'm good to go.
Does Bryce and Anthony think the other denominations of Christians are going to hell?
It's not for us to judge.
Yeah, that's not for us to actually make the judgment. We're not on the seat of Christ. But what we will say is that the only salvation that actually occurs is through Christ's church, and Christ's church was established in Eastern Orthodoxy.
If you had to guess, though, like if you had to,
everybody else.
It would depend on the person. You'd have to ask me like a specific person, right?
I'm saying,
It kind of
if they,
depends, right?
if they
I'm
don't
not-
believe in Eastern Orthodoxy, but they're like a Christian in some other denomination, they go to
What
church
if they're
every
not
week.
Christian? What if
Are they not?
dedicated their
Do you
entire
believe
life?
that they would likely go to hell? That it is likely they would go to hell?
Yeah, there's people that are more likely to go to hell than others. Sure. That's why I said you'd have to give me a person, and then we could talk about that. But
Yeah, I mean, so we've got people that dedicated their whole lives to their version of God, and they happen to be Sikh, or they happen to be Hindu, or they happen to be Muslim, or whatever. Nope, you're going to hell. You didn't believe the right collection of nonsense from obvious liars. So you're spending eternity with eternal damnation, an infinite punishment for a finite crime.
correct.
All right.
Makes some sense.
We have more questions, but would you indulge me in one question before we go on Bryce? Just one quick question. Very well, I guess.
I just want everybody to notice that he said, if you dedicate your life to God, you go through all of the sacrifices necessary, all of it, but you didn't belong to his particular denomination, fuck you. You're doomed. That's his God.
Yeah, the door is narrow. Correct.
Yeah.
Uh,
And bigoted.
Bryce, so I was when you were talking about the word of God and the word was with God, and you were mentioning that verse. What language does God speak?
Well, it's traditionally it's known that he spoke Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew, and as well as some people also said that he spoke Latin, depending on the context. I mean, technically
Alright.
speaking, like we believe that he's God, so technically, I mean, he could have spoken English if somebody would have went back in time.
Okay. Wi-Fi Gospel. Notus Scotsman fallacy is an ad hoc rescue. Bryce saying there is only one group of people who are the true Christians is not ad hoc rescue. This is when you were talking about who is the true Christian.
We're talking about a note. Okay, so hold on. So you're saying that it's inventing a new unsupported reason to save belief from a contradictory evidence instead of admitting error? I don't really understand your question.
He's saying that the way that I worded it would not be considered an ad hoc rescue because that's what a no true Scotsman fallacy is, because of the fact that the doctrine that we follow is not a newly invented system just to get out of contradictions. It's something that existed prior to these denominations that created contradictions.
I mean, despite the fact that there are people that have read on the Great Schism and they disagree with you. It's just you believe that you are correct. Other people are incorrect, even though they came up with the exact opposite conclusion as a part of the Great Schism. It's even better than
that. There's somebody in the chat that thinks that I'm the bigot because Bryce wants to take no regard for anybody dedicating to their lives to God and going through all the sacrifices for everything that they believe is good and holy. God will not observe that. God only cares that you are Eastern Orthodox. And this person is accusing me of being the bigot. That's amazing.
Arrocoda 3590 for $5. Thank you so much. Aron, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it wrong. Aron. It's my accent.
I should just start writing my initials down. RN.
Yeah.
Aron. I'm so sorry. I'm mortified, but I cannot. It doesn't come out right.
All right, try to say the word
I'm not doing
awe.
it on purpose.
Try AWE, awe.
Don't. If RN wasn't good enough, if the initials RN wasn't good enough,
RN.
Nothing else will be.
I'm sorry. Doesn't know basic Trinitarianism or Christology.
Yeah, I haven't done like a whole lot of study on that. I do a weekly Bible study. I meet with Bible scholars. I have been doing it for years. So yeah, I don't know this better than most believers do. Most of the time, I know both sides of this argument better than they know their own alone.
From everything that I've read regarding the Trinity, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Each one of them is one, and that it is all the same thing, and that it's all one God. And the encapsulation of God is the three things. It's very strange. I've read it. It's very odd. I mean, I couldn't even get into it because, effectively what it's trying to say is like a 1 + 1 is 1. It just more, it just doesn't logically make any sense. I mean, you just kind of have to accept whatever it is that the Catholics tell you, or whatever it is the Eastern Orthodox tell you, according to Bryce and Anthony.
I mean, it wouldn't be considered nonsense because, like, if we actually look at the way that the Trinity is defined as, like, when it comes to God being three persons in one nature, when you actually define what a person is and you define what a nature is, especially within the paradigm, it doesn't actually break any laws of logic
I
at
just
all.
reject the entire God concept. The whole thing doesn't make any sense.
And I just made a statement that is verifiably true, and people are accusing me of lying about what we can demonstrate in a moment. What a great audience.
Basil for $5. Anthony, are you sad Frank Zappa made a song about the Catholic girls, but not one about Eastern Orthodox girls?
I don't know who that is.
Basil for $5 says, #Ryan is looking for a job. Oh, Ryan sent me a message the other day and I replied, but he never got back to me. Arrocoda 3590 for $2 says, is First Amender a dog? If not, no true Scotsman.
It's the same guy from before. Just glad he's donating. I'm glad he's donating money to you, Max.
Thank you. Ex-angry medic for $2. How many parked cars has Aron run into? What the hell kind of a question is that? Aron. I'm sorry. The Bearded Doctor, $2.
I don't think I contradicted myself once, and there was no feet to the fire moment for me either. I was trying to stay on topic. Everybody else wanted to wander away into what I think is irrelevance.
Basil for $5. Christ is crunchy and juicy. Brenda for $2. Math isn't true, quote unquote. Only propositions are.
She just said math isn't true, so that, I mean, okay.
Well, so it's weird. It's weird to kind of point it. So what math is just a tool that leads us to be able to measure things at an empirical level. That's what math is referring to. And sometimes it requires abstract principles that cannot be observed in reality in order to get to quote unquote truth. But math in and of itself is not necessarily true. It's just a tool.
So how does it
to
correspond to
truth.
reality?
Well, it sounds like when people ask if
predictive outcome.
True, Yep.
Again, how does that
It's a
work to
ridiculous
reality?
question. I mean, you can't answer that atheism is true. You're asking a different question, but framed the wrong way.
All right. Basil for $5 to the our Eastern Orthodox friends. What is the most recent miracle that is acknowledged by the Eastern Orthodox Church?
Aron, Mer streaming icon. I actually have a friend that went over there to see it recently. So,
As well as every single year on Pascha, there is this miracle in Jerusalem of the Holy Fire, which is a fire that does not burn.
And this same guy keeps saying the same thing that was brought up by people here. Yeah, that things can be true without being empirically verified. You don't know that they're true, but when you say that they're true, now you're claiming knowledge that they are true, and it is dishonest to claim to know things you don't know. Even though that's what faith is all about, pretending to know things you don't know. So I did not contradict myself. And for the next asshole, I'm not going to look at another post from the chat.
If the bearded doctor, if you want to debate Aron, we can arrange that. No worries. But because you seem to be very critic of his arguments today, but that's fine. Ali Pacheco says, Anthony, how do you verify your Bible is true? Is it through some sort of sense? Do you feel it's true? Does God send some kind of signal, aka empirics?
It depends what you mean by true. I mean, we have the witness of the church, and we also have the I used to say the transmission of the text through the apostles from the beginning. So
empirics.
Yeah, well, we also
which
have
you're
like
criticizing us of doing.
I mean, like, we don't say that you can't use empirics to determine something as true. We
But
never
you said
denied
that you can't determine truth through empirics. But you're using empirics to determine truth. Holy crap!
I said that the critique that you're using. Hey, do you want to stop spurging for a second?
No logic.
When I'm talking about the reason why I said that your argument doesn't follow is because you're critiquing an entire worldview based off of only empirics, and empirics is the only method by which it can be done.
I'm not critiquing the worldview. I'm critiquing whether or not
Christianity is a worldview.
Logical.
Christianity is a worldview, First Amendment.
I'm not asking.
But it doesn't matter whether Christianity is a worldview or not. Doesn't matter. We're talking.
So
about
what is it?
Christianity is logical.
Yes.
And what is Christianity?
Christianity holds the way to judge that is to look at what Christianity proposes. And there's a whole lot of it that is not logical. And we didn't get there because you guys had completely different arguments that were arguing past the point.
All right. Next question. Yakavos are done. Question for the atheist. If you hold to strict naturalism, how do you know that your motives and desires are not completely grounded by the external world? Ergo, you have no free will, even in any sense.
Again, they seem to be asking for absolute knowledge. And I take that most knowledge is provisional. So as I said, I'm able to weigh multiple hypotheses at once and question my own position more than most people do or can. So I don't necessarily know for absolutes on all things, but I know what's most probable given the circumstances. There's very few things we know for absolutely certain. I know there was no global flood of Noah's Ark. I know that one for absolutely certain. But there's not much that we can know for absolutely certain.
All right, thank you.
And for myself, I believe that truth is effectively that which can yield predictive outcome to a higher degree, that which is closer to more consistent in a predictive outcome is more true than one that is less so. So as to whether or not you consider that to be like the external world, I mean, yeah, I need my senses to be able to see, to read, to hear, so I suppose that's a form of empirics, but I think it goes a little bit beyond just empirics when you're looking at, okay, well, hey, I think this will happen. And then it does actually happen.
Whole nother topic, but I would have loved to have had a conversation on how you verify that any of the things that you believe are actually true. And I don't mean absolutely true. I mean provisionally true. Can you show me there's any truth to it at all?
Yeah, I'm sure we could set something up for that if you'd like.
Yeah, I don't think you can, but I'm game for it.
All right. Brenda for $2. Pre-sub is the flat Earth of apologetics. Thank
It
you
is.
so much, Brenda.
Sounds like somebody who doesn't have the ability to ground logic in mathematics.
Well, it sounds like they got you pegged.
Brenda said she would debate you anytime if you want. We can set that up, Bryce.
You could either do that, or like I said, I do literally free panels that anybody can come up to like 3 to 4 times a week, where they can come up and just have a conversation with just me at any point. I don't have anybody trying to boot people or mute people or nothing. I just have free conversations like multiple times a week.
Awesome. And Bryce, everyone's links are
Likewise, I also host when people will come up and want to have a conversation with me and they disagree with me, whether it's about religion or politics. I do a series called Why Do You Believe? And I take people who take a position that is not mine and try to convince me of it. And a couple of times they have.
Nice. Everyone's links are in the description below. Cosmic Witness for £4.99. Amanda, you didn't address what law of logic miracles actually break, or whether you disagree with P1.
Because I'm not. It's not exactly addressing a specific law of logic, like one of the 3 laws of logic. What it's addressing is a contradiction that was made. They're saying that miracles happen, which is something that something that happens absent of anything that happens naturally. And then he then says truths are propositions that correspond to reality. So then an untruth would be the opposite of that. So an untruth being propositions that do not correspond to with reality. So in order for him to be consistent, he would have to say that miracles are untrue, as in they don't happen, but he believes they happen. Therefore, the contradiction.
And then just, I guess I'll add a little thing to that. You actually just demonstrated a law of logic just now by contradicting yourself, saying that it doesn't report to a law of logic, and then said that it contradicts. That's the law of logic.
All right, thank you. Jose Javier 1134. How can we verify apostolic authorship outside of our tradition?
Tradition is the very evidence of it. Like we have liturgies and codexes which actually provide evidences for apostolic authorship.
I mentioned that a Bible scholar translated Greek and says that that he did literally say that, and you guys dismissed it on the genetic fallacy that, well, that guy's Mormon, as if that means anything.
Yeah, because he said that it didn't.
Interpretive hermeneutic.
Yeah.
As if it matters that he's Mormon.
Yeah, because he would be interpreting something off of the basis of his
but he
own.
constantly contradicts Mormonism with his biblical scholarship.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, somebody can contradict themselves. That's fine.
Well, that's not what he's doing, as already demonstrated.
The Bearded Doctor for $5. Thank you so much. Mr. Ra said things can be true without being empirically verified. And he said they have to be verified to be truth.
In order to say that they are true, in order to know that they are true, you can't say something is true until you know that it is true. There are many things that may be true that you don't know, but if you say that you know them, you better be able to show how you know. Why does nobody fucking get this?
Like for example, something that we can't empirically verify to be true would be the fact that, are there galaxies that exist before 13.543 billion light years old? The answer is most definitely yes. However, we don't actually have any empirical evidence that they are, but we are observing that, galaxies are moving further and further away from us. And there's a lot of empirical evidence to that obvious conclusion, but we don't necessarily have empirical evidence of that conclusion. Does that make sense?
All right, thank you so much. 3Ron, been a member for 4 months, says, Mr. Ross, stop being bigoted toward Max's accent. they're joking about the whole bigot thing. It's okay, but I think I figured it out. Mr. Ra, do you mind if I call you that? Because I will say it wrong every time. It's not coming out
Just take
properly.
the O
I'm
out
so
of the
sorry.
name. Arn. Arn. It's easy.
Aron. It's very hard for me. Bob Knoll for $5. On a scale of 1 to 10, how batshit crazy were your interlocutors' arguments? Let's start with you, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, probably a 3 or 4. I'm going to be reasonable.
All right.
careful.
Thank you so much.
About to say, like, I don't really think that they made any like outlandish claims, because the debate didn't really have to do with them making claims against my own position. It had to be internally critiquing mine. So I mean, I don't really have a number on that one, because they didn't, like, I'll be charitable and say that, like, they didn't really make arguments for their own position. I don't.
It's you might be overthinking it just a tad. It's a joke question. Go ahead. From 1 to 10, how crazy were your opponent's arguments, Aron?
I just saw most of it as irrelevant. We're talking about Christianity as a whole. We're talking about how illogical is Christianity, right? So we needed to be talking about the beliefs that Christianity holds, and the everything that is logical or isn't logical about that. And both of the opening arguments for the Christian side kind of just blew past the point. I saw no meat there.
All right, thank you so much. I
wouldn't say they were crazy; they were just irrelevant.
I've had much crazier debates. I mean, there was just yesterday I had a gentleman. They're not a gentleman who argued whether or not the beating your wife was okay, and he was trying to justify that. So I've had crazier. I'm going to say a 4 for Anthony and a 6 for Bryce. And the reason why Bryce gets a higher score here is because when Aron walked away, Bryce had made an argument that plants existed prior to the sun. It's total bullshit. It's not possible. That can never be possible. It's total nonsense, right? And he's using the Bible as his argument. I'm glad that he at least read his Bible, where it specifically says the plants were made, and it was because of God's magic that the plants existed.
You got to understand, First Amendment. There's a belief perspective where they don't respect evidence. They respect authority, or what they imagine to be an authority. If the authority says X and you have proof that the authority is wrong, you go with the authority, and somehow the evidence is wrong.
Couldn't agree with you more.
That's just the perspective.
All right. Bob Knoll for $10 says the only true super chats are $10 or greater. The rest should be ignored because they're not relevant.
Bro, where are these fans on my chat? Dang, man. Where's the... I'm sorry, I'm messing around.
Brenda for $2. Thank you so much, Brenda. There are no laws of logic. Category error.
Yeah, fruits of atheism. That's all I can say about that.
Yeah. Centrist perspective was telling me, you're wrong, Lamau. What do you mean? Of course, plants can survive without sunlight. Well, can it exist without a fucking planet? Because the sun existed before the planets.
Not according to Genesis. You have 4 days pass before it's
total nonsense.
It's supposed to measure days and nights.
All right. And finally, the last question. Angry Medic for $5. Aron, at what point during your contraction did you realize it was a contradiction? During your contradiction, did you realize it was a contradiction? I think he might have been betrayed by the autocorrect. Maybe it's contradiction.
Okay, well, I didn't have a contradiction.
Fair enough. All righty, that's all the questions that we have for today. I already have set up the after show. You will be redirected to the new stream. I'll take just a little short 5-minute break to go to the toilet, and I'll be right back. Yes, I'm in there.
I do have one. There was one question saying, please tell me more about God after you died for 6 minutes and 13 seconds in 2023. Thank you, Media Watch, for the donation. there have been people who talked about near-death experiences and said that they had observed themselves leaving their bodies. And there is like a psychologically like a form of weightlessness that does that is observational in the brain and in the brain chemistry close to death or near-death experience, or the lack of oxygen, therefore. And they've done as experiments to try to get this to happen by placing a card above the plenum where nobody would be able to see, and then to try to determine what card that was, and unfortunately was unable to do so.
If I may, three things about that. First, I spent years as a neo-pagan occultist doing transcendental meditation, and I realize how, having dealt with a number of these other people too, how deceptive it is to go into this kind of what it ultimately often ends up as being lucid dreaming. And then second, with near-death experiences, one of the senior researchers in that, Susan Blackmore, was once a strong proponent of it. When I started my career, she was still a strong proponent of it, but then she removed herself, realizing that there were no good examples. After 50 years of research, they still had nothing to show, and very few instances that didn't have a clear explanation. And then the third one is when people in India have a near-death experience, if they're Hindu, they come back with entirely different experiences, having met their gods, and they come back bragging about having proof of reincarnation, things that would disprove Christianity if true. Because the way that the things that these people experience are what their brains were culturally programmed to experience in a moment of extreme duress where their oxygen is, where their brain is deprived of oxygen.
All right. With that, thank you, everyone. Thanks to our debaters. Thanks, everyone there in the side chat, in your respective channels, wherever you're watching this. Before you go, make sure to do the social thing. It doesn't matter where you are. Do the social thing. Is like, share, subscribe. Send this to a friend. Send this to your significant other. Go to the corner. Yes, the corner of your street. And just subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. We'll get started with the after show in just a moment. It's open panel. We'll discuss the debate, and everyone is welcome. Thank you so much. We'll catch you in just a moment, and we'll be right back. Take care.
Yo, Max, I didn't get any of that last part there, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry.
And I saw a number of people accusing me of criticizing somebody's accent.
No, they're joking around.
They're joking.
They're
Right.
no,
Okay,
they're not
okay.
accusing you. They took the bigot thing and they made a joke because
Okay.
a lot of people talk with my mess with my accent unironically. No, but they're just kidding. Don't worry about it.
All
Right.
right. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for letting me come out.
You are more than welcome. Thank you for coming. If you want
Thanks for the opportunity.
to come to the after show, I'll put the link here in the private chat.
I have got other projects. I have got, and it's yeah.
You got it. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Aron, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's interesting. Is everybody leaving? Wait, it ended? Are we just taking calls? Oh my God, I thought there was an after show. Isn't there an after show? Didn't he just say that there was an after show? Rubik says nearly at 1K subs. All right, let's take some calls. We'll take some calls. Turn off Do Not Disturb. Leave studio. I thought that that there was going to be an after show, but everybody just fucking left. Okay, well, fine. Then leave. All right, taking calls. Come on in. Take a call. Taking calls. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was sure interesting. Ooh, I should probably put a time when this ended. 3:22:34. End. Wow. That was a very interesting. I think I got a few clips out of that. I was doing clip after clip after clip. I think an after show on his stream. JI99A James says, you got guts, Amender. Thank you. Witcher93 is my username. Here, I'm going to play some music. Do I have to go elsewhere to like join the after show? The spasm goes here, says Aron has very little time. Peter said that it was unlikely to be one, but directed me here to see if you guys were doing things. Hello, thank you. Yes, we're taking calls. And in fact, we're taking our first call. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's up, First?
Hey, Wall, how you doing? What did you think of that discussion?
That was a really good debate.
You liked it?
Yeah, I did. I mean, of course, I don't agree with you, but a lot of good points were made, and it was fair on both sides.
My explanation, I feel like it gets too lost in the weeds, or it's too complicated for like a lot of people. Do you feel that way, or?
It's not so much that it's lost in the weeds. I just fundamentally disagree with you.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait, you're not going to pull me into this because actually I feel like you were trying to set me up anyway.
No, I was we're just having a conversation. I'm not here to prove you wrong or anything, right? I'm not in debate mode right now. Debate's over. We're just talking.
All right, excellent. Well, in that case, let me start with some positive things. You've had a couple of really good debates lately.
Thank you.
You won your 2 debates on modern debate.
You think?
Oh, no. On Speakeasy.
Nobody ever thinks I win debates. People just look at me and they're just like, I disagree with you, therefore you lost the debate.
No, you actually, well, I mean, a lot of times that does truly happen. But these 2 occasions, the one you had against the younger dude, you smashed him.
Shit, hold on, my StreamYard just opened up. Should we do the after show? Hold on, let me
yeah, no, go do the after show.
Do the after show? Okay, all right. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, go do the after show.
I'll talk
Later,
to you.
man.
All right, we're going to do the after show chat because just give me a sec. All right, that's so strange. This is supposed to be... Let me get this over here. Maximize that. Okay. But it says I'm backstage. What is happening? AWOL for calling in. AWOL, do you play chess? Studio chat. Okay, there we go. All right, looks like, am I getting invited? Am I invited?
Yeah.
All right, I'm invited.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting the...
I was just like, wait, I thought we were doing an after show. Ah, god damn it. I hate this thing. I'm turning it down. I don't like it.
Welcome to Yerba Mate Talks.
Yerba? I've never heard people say Yerba for yerba mate. Thanks for your W's, even though I didn't do anything. Oh, well, I mean, I appreciate you just being here. I really do. Aquafresh says, Uruguay mentioned. Thank you. All right, I think...
Welcome to the after show. I am Max. This is Cat, also known as El Gato.
Nice.
And today we had a debate between First Amender, who sit there, Aron Ra,
Who left?
Bryce, and Anthony. It was fun. It was nice.
You know, I wanted to include you in the four-way debates because, I'm just going to be honest with you. is entirely out of a bit of selfishness on my end. And I'll tell you how, like, considering that I included you, I realized, I was like, I know Aron is very particular about where he streams to. And I have tried so much to get Aron to do a Q&A on my Discord or do anything on Discord whatsoever. He has always denied it. He does not like Discord. He thinks Discord is.
I can help you with that. So Aron is on Discord. He's in at least one. Leo, damn, haven't seen you in a while. Okay, Aron is on Discord. He's in one server, but Aron doesn't go on Discord.
Yeah.
So, but if you want to do a Q&A and if you want to do it on your channel, I can help you set that up. I mean, that's not going to be a problem, and you'll do that.
So I decided what I was going to do is I was like, okay, hold on. What about StreamYard? Does he dislike StreamYard? And I realized that StreamYard was like a paid subscription. And then I thought, but wait, Max has StreamYard. I'm like, and I could make this like a giant, thing where I'm supporting everybody. I'm like, hell yeah. So I'm going to be honest with you, Max. I was selfish about it, but I'm sure you probably positively benefited from it through my own personal selfishness anyway.
So Amanda, you have StreamYard. Yeah. You can have up until 6 people.
Okay.
Just for free.
Gotcha. I didn't know.
Yeah, I have the full thing. I pay like $100 a month.
Okay.
And I have this little trick that gets rid of the logo if you're not paying.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. Welcome, Bearded Doctor over there. Leo over there. You changed your scenery, Leo. I like it.
Yeah, Leo, where have you been?
Yes.
I don't think Leo's hearing us.
Yeah, no, I am. I was just. Muted. I mean, I've been
testing.
I've been on Breakfast Tacos channel. Well, it's Mega Bloodbath Debates now, but it's hard to get on a lot of the after shows that Max does because they're after shows for modern day debates, so they don't start until right around the time I'm going to bed. So
it's called Mega Bloodbath Debates.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some pretty decent debates on his channel, though. I think he does a pretty good job.
Awful.
Obviously, the title is meant to be like that. There's a level of facetiousness to it.
Damn, is Aron joining?
No, I was down for the night.
Oh yeah, I was baiting him in chat. It was pretty good. So. Yeah.
Leo, so when I'm saying that,
why would you bait Aron?
Basically
Aron's
the Kent Hovind of atheism.
He's an idiot, man.
You think Aron's an idiot? He's very intelligent.
Dude, the truth are what the facts is. Okay, that's what it is really all about.
The truth is what the facts are.
No, the truth is what the facts are.
Oh, the truth are.
And he's right. He's correct about that.
What the truth are is what the facts is. What are the facts?
I mean, I think it's kind of
you're just got it.
No, just making fun of it. Yeah.
Facts are.
All right.
Facts are just propositions that are true.
Let's get started with the after show format. Okay, opening statement. Since we have Amanda there, let me ask you first. Did you think you fulfilled the objective you set out to do with your opening? Sorry.
I think I personally did. With that being said, though, I am aware that my specific argument is complex. There's science in there. There's some pretty heavy details that are required, and it's very, very specific in how it addresses it. And a lot of the times it's like you bring up something like, oh, it's an anthropomorphism beyond space-time. You have no space-time fabric. It just people just kind of glaze over and then just go, whatever. But that is really my argument. I think it is a cogent argument. Cool. It is logical. And it makes sense if you're able to encapsulate it, I guess.
Well, I'm curious, and I don't want to. If it's some, I'll wait if we need to wait.
No, you can ask if you want. Go ahead.
So you on your second syllogism, point I believe it was point 7 or point 8. You had said you talked in point 8. It says a being that it exists entirely outside of space-time lacks the necessary conditions for agency, intention, or personhood. How do you verify that? What about a bolts in the brain?
Well, okay. So take, for example, I've used this as an analogy in the past, but if you can imagine that if I came up to you, to your house, and I knocked on your door, you answer the door, and there I am holding a rock with some googly eyes, and it's got like a permanent marker smiley face, smiley on it, you know? And then I said, Rocky told me to say hi to you. It would be venture to say that Rocky, it's not actually talking, right? It's just a rock. Rocks can't talk, right?
Sure. Okay.
Okay. And even if I made that object bigger, say like I made it the mountain or the earth or the universe, say the mountain told me to talk to you. The earth told me to talk to you and to say hi, or the universe said to say hi. It's the same problem. It doesn't possess any agency to then give a response to you. So it is not logical to operate under that. However, what's really cool about those things is that at least you are fundamentally connected in such a way, such as, for example, rocks are mostly made of silica, which is operating off of four-way bonds, similar to that of carbon binding your body together. You operate existing within this space-time fabric. Objects exist within space-time fabric. But if I rip that away, any anthropomorphization that you can even apply to, say, a rock is way more logical than applying an anthropomorphization where the stage can't even exist. Do you see my problem?
No, I still think it's flawed, based because you're attributing that it has to have that the rock, I guess, which is a created item, that doesn't indwell or have any imbued power within and of itself. However, when your logic here, it says that a being that exists entirely outside of space-time lacks the necessary conditions for agency, intention, or personhood. That statement in and of itself doesn't have.
I don't think you understood.
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question? Because it's pretty easy.
Yeah, go ahead.
If something exists outside of space and time, it exists for no time, and it exists in no space. So that's the equivalent of a philosophical nothing. Sorry, Aron's calling.
Booty call.
You tell him to get him in here so we can make fun of him.
No, come on. Don't make
well. That's
you got to be respectful of
this
guy. This guy's got.
It's just so silly, man.
No,
he said
this is why he's not here. That's why he's not here, because he didn't want to deal with
the numbers disprove Eastern Orthodoxy, dude, because the Muslims have higher number. That means it disproves. Dude, it's the silliest arguments. He got the quote in John Ron about the wine press. It's not in John. It's actually in Revelation, talked about by John, narrated by John, of actions that were happening. He's just a liar and a snake, man. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Couldn't fundamentally disagree with you even more.
I've been in the game 3 years. He's been in the game like 30 years, and he's using arguments from the 90s.
What's your YouTube channel?
Man. The guy's a joke.
All right, hold on.
Just one last, I just wanted, by very definition, just to put a pin in the First Amenders comment. By very definition, God is a timeless, spaceless, all-powerful, uncaused cause, right? I mean, that is the definition of God.
But there's all sorts of other propositions, such as it has a mind, it thinks about us, it cares what chemical waste rod goes into chemical waste holes, all potential anthropomorphizations, which, by the way, you do not provide charitability to the anthropomorphization of the rock, but at least the rock is somewhat related to you in the sense that it operates within the same space-time fabric, allowing for there to be a logical anthropomorphization to begin with. You see a face. There is no space-time fabric. Whatever it is that you're looking at doesn't make any sense. And to me, it's like I could attribute a complete non-anthropomorphization of that which creates universe. And do I ask myself, it makes universe, it doesn't care about us, doesn't think about us, doesn't care chemical waste while going into chemical waste hole. I go, is that the God they're talking about? I would venture to say no. All it does is make universe.
So you're anthropomorphizing a rock, and you're deifying that created.
It has nothing to do with deification of the rock.
Well, but again, by the very definition of what God is the definition of what you're saying he can't be, and so therefore that your premise is false, because your premise is.
I don't think you're understanding my position at all.
I do. It's just a false premise.
Yeah, but
we can move on. That's fine.
The whole point is that we have ascribed, in First Amender's example here, we have ascribed properties to the rock that the rock does not have. You're ascribing
it's a created thing.
But this is the whole point. Like if you're telling us the God is spaceless, timeless, but this is somehow an entity that interacts with space and time. How does non-time and non-space interact with space and time?
The same way that
John's
our
getting
universe
it.
was
John's
created. If our universe began to exist, then the cause of that universe had to exist prior to the existence of space-time.
It just seems that you're confirming that causality is temporal.
According to the specialists, the universe didn't start to exist.
The experts, according to my experts, God created the Earth in 7 days. So,
who's
experts
they're
are we
not
gonna trust?
experts in cosmology.
Oh yeah,
so.
No, they're experts in the cosmological argument. So
they got the shape of the Earth. They got the shape of the Earth.
Hey, dude, is this your worldview right here? Star Wars.
The cosmological argument is two premises that are incorrect, and then a conclusion that is a non sequitur. So that doesn't help.
Well, it's not a non sequitur. The conclusion follows from the premises. It's just there's no reason to suppose that either of the two premises of the argument is true.
Yes.
All right. Basil for $5 says, "Say Aron again, motherfucker." By the way, is the bearded Dr. J in disguise?
You figured it out.
By the way, Max, I will explain to Aron next time I talk to him why you keep saying the name wrong. I will take it up for you.
I swear to God. I swear to God that I'm trying. It just
I'm so happy. I'm so happy I was backstage, because my laughing would have interrupted the entire show every single time you said his name.
I mean, I have a great deal of respect towards Aron. And that's one thing that I did notice, like early in, he has consistently been very, very protective about his name. And I felt bad for you, Max. I was just like, come on, help me out.
I know, because I know that there's people that do it on purpose, but I'm not.
Yes, there are.
It
seems to me that as a result of the way that you speak in English, that it's difficult prior to an R to make that short ah sound, so it comes out as a longer a, sort of more of an Aron than an Aron, which I get that. That's just dialectical differences from somebody who I presume is not a native English speaker speaking English.
You just need to.
I don't think I've ever seen Aron go on a channel where he hasn't gone before and people mispronounce his name, including mine.
Right.
Because I did it.
Max, I mean, you just need to terminate the roll on your R's a fraction of a second before it's comfortable for you, and you're good. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard because I need to roll my R's for other words like guitarra.
I hope.
All right, hold on. Let's dial it back. Let's bring it back.
What are you Chinese or wait? What?
No, I'm from Uruguay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Opening statements from the Christian side. Bryce and Anthony. Anthony went first. Let's do thoughts on that, and let's try to keep it short so we can go around and everyone can get a shot. Let's start with you, Amender. Thoughts on Anthony's opening?
Anthony's opening, I'm just going to be honest with you, unless if you're like really, really deep into, Eastern Orthodoxy, it's going to just come off as complete jumble. I was trying to write down what he was saying, and it unironically just made zero sense, and it was not even on topic.
The entire debate wasn't on topic.
I tried to keep it on topic.
Agreed.
I did.
Well, you never tried to make an argument. The entire argument was like, "Hey, why doesn't your system work in my system?" Like that's.
No, the problem
no,
was
that was your argument the entire time. It's like, why doesn't all empiricism, Mike? Why doesn't my stuff work in your system?
We're doing openings right now.
It never.
All right, hold on.
We're focusing on
Frank.
each person does their
That would
openings.
be a part of
And
logic.
then you can talk about what you want to say when it's your turn.
Yes. I'm sorry. I have Ale backstage, but I need to set up a few things. So let's do thoughts on Anthony's opening, the Bearded Doctor, while I get sorted with the stage for Ale.
So, and I missed a little bit portion of it. Was Anthony the one that discussed divine conceptualism?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I thought that was Bryce that presented the argument from divine conceptualization. Well, the
Yes.
first premise of the argument from divine conceptualization, at least.
Yeah,
It might have
Anthony.
been. Yeah,
Anthony was the one that barely talked.
Yeah. Okay. So then I think it was Anthony that said divine, which I think would have been an interesting discussion to have gone into, considering the idea of abstract objects, numbers, properties, propositions, not existing necessarily, but they because they're not physical. But they're still true. And so I think that would have been an interesting conversation when we discuss those types of ideas, because those are similar to the idea of a non-physical God yet still existing.
An interesting question to ask a divine conceptualist is, does God have thoughts?
I would think probably so. I mean, why would there be a problem with that?
Thoughts are temporal.
Not necessarily.
Exactly.
So
Brenda
we're going
Brenda
over
understands
openings.
it right away, right? Any thought that they did have, would have had, would always have, all into the past, present, and future, all at the same time. Is a static photo a thought? Probably not. It's not a thought. It requires temporality in order for it to be a thought.
I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the divine conceptualist can come back and just say that God apprehends all true propositions within a single intuition that does not process through time. I mean, there are responses to this. I don't think that makes divine conceptualism more meaningful, but there are responses to that objection.
I have a lot of delicious responses to the God knows all true propositions.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of delicious ones, like, does God knows what it
I'm gonna grab some more water. I am listening though, so I can't hear you.
Next, Isa, but let's do both openings together so we can. Otherwise, we'll have to keep on going round and round. So do the openings for the Christian sides, Isa.
Anthony was very mumbled. He's very quiet. It's not very good public speaking. Made it extremely difficult to ascertain what he was saying, which is really not good. He could have had a presentation, would have made things a lot stronger. I heard something about the problem of evil, and then he was talking about conceptualization. It was very hard to follow. Definitely the weaker out of the two openings. Not memorable. And very, very hard to hear what he was saying. So that's really not good. Bryce, on the other hand, was extremely organized. He laid out his arguments. He laid out the three arguments of logic, which I think was good. Then he moved from that into religious argumentation. and he was talking about like, you know, the church fathers and stuff like that, and whether you agree with the substance of the argument, I think as an argument, it functioned. He laid out a case. I think again, a presentation would have been helpful for this, just so we can see the arguments being put forth. We on Yerba Mate Talks always promote that. So
yes, we do.
That's what I think was lacking on both. But I think out of both of the pro Christianity as logical, Bryce did a far better job arguing that.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you so much. We have Emperor FAD in the background, but I'm sorry, we don't have any more slots. If you're willing to wait backstage, when we end up this round, I'll trade you with someone, and we'll keep popping someone in and out. And be patient. I'm so sorry. There's nothing I can do about the slots. Ale,
I can drop down if he wants to do his opening.
Wait. Don't worry about it.
$10 in my PayPal will get me to drop down.
No, pay me $10 and I'll drop her very fast. Ale, Pacheco, go.
Yeah, so for me, I definitely agree with Isa that Anthony was the weaker opening, because in my opinion, if you cannot lay, for starters, I didn't understand a lot of his arguments. I didn't get what the hell he was saying, and in my opinion, if you cannot lay down your argument in a way that a common person that doesn't really delves into these kind of topics can understand it, then you either don't really understand your argument, or you know that your argument cannot hold on its own merit, because all you're trying to do then is confuse the other side regarding that argument. Bryce, yeah, I think I agreed, like when Bryce said that the debate should be focused on internal contradictions of Christianity. I sort of agree with that based on the title, because yes, that's basically what logical, whether Christianity is logical or not, it means whether it has internal contradictions or not, I think, and that would be basically it.
All right, thank you so much. Peter.
Yeah, I'm being mauled by a dog right now.
Oh, so. I understand how that feels. I get mauled by a cat on this show all the time.
Yeah, I'd much rather be mauled by pussy.
Damn it, Leo. So my problem with the Christian opening, so Anthony, I couldn't make any sense out of what he was saying. First of all, as someone pointed out, he kind of mumbles, which doesn't help. But I also couldn't make sense of anything that he said. And for Bryce, he had a brilliant opening that didn't address the entire topic of the debate, whether or not Christianity is logical. And that became more and more clear as the debate went on, because they never even addressed that. It was basically an argument of no true Scotsman fallacy, as far as I'm concerned, because no Christian is a Christian unless they're the same Christian as they are Christian and they believe the exact same things. That wasn't the topic of the debate. If you're going to have the debate topic, is Christianity logical, then you have to address Christianity as a whole, which includes the denominations that you disagree with.
They don't.
Otherwise, you shouldn't agree to the topic.
By the way, they are the ones that selected the topic, right? It was not the atheists that came up with that topic.
No, I know.
It would have been great if you guys argued with the
requested.
topic, though. Yeah.
All right, Brenda.
Oh, I came in late to the debate, so I didn't see the opening, so you can pass.
No problem.
You can pass me for the openings too, because I saw like the last 2 minutes of Aron's, and that was all I saw.
Check it out my YouTube channel. I'll have timestamps.
It's RN, Leo. RN.
Oh, me?
That's what I said, Aron.
All right.
Do you want me to go?
It's
Frank, yes. Votes on the.
I thought, Anthony's was very good. Tried to address the problem of evil. Tried to pick out topics that you would think that these guys would go, that were much better arguments against these guys, and you could have gone for these arguments, but you didn't. I mean, you said that big numbers means more true. Like, okay, Bryce was opening was pretty rhetoric heavy, sort of mocked you guys again on transcendental argument stuff. Another argument that would have been a lot better for you guys to attacking the base of the worldview where it's logical. We helped Bryce, and I talked to Bryce and I talked to Anthony before the debate, and he gave you guys a lot more credit than you deserve. Like, holy crap. Yeah, but it wasn't all rhetoric, of course. And I would say to the point earlier, I don't know who said it, I think it was First Amendment, or maybe it was Brenda, God doesn't have thoughts because that would imply temporal. He's atemporal, and he just knows things through his energies. So
therefore he wouldn't think. It would just be a static thing. There's no thought then.
There's no thought then? He doesn't think? What's a thought?
Correct.
What's a thought, First Amendment? Can you define that?
A thought, like you have an idea in your head. Having an idea in your head. There you go.
Amender,
having an idea,
that's
not
explains
a
the
thought.
Bible, at least to me.
Well,
I think a thought is a mental event.
A thought is a response to an antecedent state.
Yeah. So if you know everything, you don't have thoughts.
You can. I think you could have thoughts. I think the reality is they're not physical. I mean, what part of the brain does a thought exist in?
It's a mental act.
Depends on the kind of thought. And
So
thoughts
Brenda
aren't usually
was-
in a part of the brain. They're something that's structurally across multiple parts of the brain under a variety of forms of communication.
And the
Right.
problem is that gets you to special pleading, because it's thought but not thought. It's a special kind of thought. So
It's not a special kind of thought.
so-
It's what we're talking about as thoughts is a mental act that occurs within time.
Right.
That's what we're
And
defining as
God-
thought.
Yeah.
So God doesn't have thoughts because they don't occur into time. So
Yeah,
it's
but God changes his mind.
definitionally
Yeah, it
not
would just
true.
be static.
God
It-
does not change his mind.
Yeah,
No.
he did.
God
No,
more
he
more
doesn't change his
accurately
mind.
would be
Yes.
more similar.
Because he changes
God.
things with humans over
changed his
time
God changes
doesn't mean
his
that
mind.
he changes. Where did he change his mind?
God
Jesus
changes
Christ.
his mind many places in the Bible.
When
Give me one.
when he decided to flood the
Bible-
earth, when he decided to flood the earth, he changed his mind and he regretted creating
Yeah,
humans
so that
the way
word
he
in
created
Hebrew
them.
also
Even
means
though,
saddened. It also
sorry, I
means
was
other
still
things.
sorry.
Hold
Hey,
on,
oh,
Frank,
Frank,
hold on,
I
let
was still
people
talking.
finish.
Yeah.
people
So
finish.
he
I've been over
decided
interrupted like multiple
that he regretted creating humans, which he knew before he created them that he would regret creating them because he created them the way he created them, and then
According
flooded the entire world, and then the humans basically continued doing whatever they did before the flood. So that didn't work. So I would agree. I would agree that God doesn't think. At least he doesn't think things through.
Okay, so according to whose interpretation?
According to just
According to the Bible, there's no interpretation
so that
needed. You
word
just have to
in-
read
so
the Bible
that
and
word
read what
in
it
Greek-
says. I'm
that
still.
word in Greek-
Why is it that if I answer your question in the middle of my answer, you
you
start
answered
talking?
it, and then I thought it's a
No,
yes.
I
or no
wasn't
question.
finished, was I?
It's like a one-word
Frank,
question.
to be fair,
and
like
then I
out
was
of
gonna
out of
respond
out of
to that.
everybody here, everybody has been very
I didn't know
very
you were part of the
polite,
conversation.
including the bearded doctor.
Yeah.
And then Frank, you are being incredibly rude.
I'm mean.
Yes.
I'm a
Okay,
mean
hang on,
guy.
Yeah,
If
why
you-
don't
if you don't want an
need to be
answer-
rude.
I think Frank's being a little bit hot. I wouldn't say that he's being super
Yeah, if
rude.
you don't want an answer,
I'm
don't
hot on the
ask
mic. I'm hot
questions.
on the mic. I don't
Right.
understand social cues, but in Hebrew and in Greek, that word
not an
also means
excuse.
sadden. It also means other things. So in English, it's a way to sort of imply something that God felt, not that he changed his mind.
Felt.
That's how
Felt.
the
Another
interpretation.
thought. Got it.
Okay.
I thought. Well, hold
So
on.
you-
I
you
thought
speak
that you.
Hebrew,
I
Frank?
thought that you. I
Frank,
thought that you
Frank,
weren't
question:
interrupting.
do you speak Hebrew?
No, I'm getting that from the
sorry.
church fathers.
I'm sorry.
That's where I get my interpretation.
No, so because I'm asking because
I
I'm
know
sorry,
I don't.
you
I
see
don't
this-
speak
Okay,
Hebrew.
go ahead.
Frank, hello. You see this big box? This big box means this guy gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. That's just to get it
You
out.
got
of
me. You got
Okay?
me. Yeah, you got
Right?
me. Yeah.
Okay.
And the guy that's in the small box just below Max.
And the
also
guy in
can
the
do
small
what he
box
wants.
So
gets to interrupt.
there are multiple verses in the Bible that specifically state where God had in fact changed his mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you
All
can,
right.
for example, talk about the passages regarding the Israelites possessing the golden calf. God wanted 100% to kill all of the Israelites right then and there, and Moses went to God to get God to change his mind. And then the Lord relented after talking with Moses from the disaster. That's
Yeah,
correct,
you could
right?
always. Yeah.
That
So
happens-
if he
that
hold on,
happens
He
several-
relented.
That happens several times in the Bible.
dude, Brenda,
several
bro,
times in the Bible.
you got to let me
That's
respond.
true.
Calm down.
It's true though.
So just because he could have planned this out, that it was some sort of test, that he wanted actually Moses to do this, and he knew that this was going to happen because he knows all things, he didn't change his mind. So this isn't contradictory with our worldview. I just have a different explanation with it. And this is sort of just a personal incredulity fallacy at this point, because you just don't like my explanation for my own worldview. So
here's
again,
the thing,
I can
Frank.
sort of
All I
again, I
did-
can
Personal
explain
incredulity
away
because you
I
don't
can
speak
explain
Hebrew.
away.
I do a show once a week with two people who speak Hebrew, and they disagree
I know
with
you
you
do.
on this.
I know.
And
you-
also,
Yeah, if I could jump in
One
real
of them,
quick here
one
as a
of them
Christian,
is an actual Bible scholar.
Oh yeah, I'm
Right,
a
hold on,
actual.
hold
I
on,
know
let me-
actual Bible scholars. I have one that leads my church. Like what?
Hold on 1 second. John, thoughts on the
So-
Christians opening?
Yeah, so the first chap, Anthony, other than like skipping like a stone on a pond, skipping over the problem of evil, that's the only salient thing that he said that I could maybe argue against if I was in this discussion. And Bryce, the fact that at the very, very first, right in the beginning of his opening, he mentioned that rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, I'm sure we're going to end up going down the rabbit hole of empiricism." Fucking yes, you are going to go down the rabbit hole of empiricism. The whole, and we also seem to have this issue rolling around at the moment of whether we're going to do an internal critique or an external critique of Christianity. Well, the prompt is Christianity logical? Well, there are 3 laws of logic, none of which appear in the Bible. Classical laws of logic. Yes, there are 3 classical laws of logic, none of which appear in the Bible. They're not mentioned. They're not referenced.
But we don't have to worry about.
Yeah. But come on, Leo. Just Jesus, give me help.
Don't go down that route.
So we have to look at Christianity and apply the logical paradigm, which I'm sure if we did, people would start going, oh well, you just assume the laws of logic. We end up in this, like, yes, we assume the laws of logic because
You don't
they
really
work.
need to, but okay.
You don't really need to. They are axiomatic. But
Or you can just say that they are descriptive and not prescriptive. It's something that we see. They're just empirically verified every time that you grab
Yeah,
an
of course.
orange and an apple, and they're not the same thing.
but which but also quickly to just bridge on, just touch on with regards to thoughts. Obviously,
But wait, no, hold on. Let's do the openings, and because
wasn't I the
there's-
last one?
Yeah.
on the-
No,
on the
we have an
Christian
emperor here. Nick,
Oh right, sorry.
Hey.
Sorry, I was going around the clock face. Apologies.
Go on ahead, man. Take your time.
No, don't go ahead, Emperor. Thoughts on the Christian side openings, please.
Oh, my thoughts on the Christian side opening. I think it was very logical, and I think it was very passable. However, I would not do it based off of a denomination-wise. I would, if I'm going to speak for all Christians, If I'm going to speak for Christianity, I'm going to speak for all Christians. That's just it, you know?
Yeah.
They did speak
That's
for
the
all
topic
Christians.
they came up with.
They spoke
They
for all
can't-
Christians, yeah.
They did not
They
speak for
can't-
all Christians. They only spoke on their denomination, and all others are wrong.
Eastern
It's
Orthodox is the only Christians. That's their worldview.
Yeah,
dude.
that's their cognitive.
I mean, that's
Is that
fine.
contradictory? Is that
Hold on,
absurd?
1 second.
Yes, it is.
Because this is
Okay.
something that we've seen countless times. That's why I kind of try to, in that moment, moderate away from that specific discussion, because it always happens the same way. It's our flavor of X is the only flavor of X.
Max, you shouldn't go. Max, you shouldn't step away from that. Do debates so they can figure out which Christianity is the real Christianity, and that at least that's done with, and we know where we stand.
That'll never happen.
I mean, you
That'll
can
never
host that
happen.
debate.
Is there
If
like
Max
one-
did that, he would solve all the problems of the world.
Yes, I mean, why not do that, Max? Come
let
on.
Emperor finish. Go ahead.
Hey,
Sorry.
Okay, Max. And hey, I would be willing to do a debate on another time with this guy for, different denominations. But what I'm saying is, it's actually, but my honest opinion, the atheist side is actually very illogical if you think about it, because they literally believe in magic. Okay, they think we came from nothing. They literally believe we came from nothing, people. Okay.
No, we don't.
No.
We don't.
Yes.
That's
No.
what Christianity
Yes.
believes.
Not a single atheist believes he came from nothing.
No.
I'm
That's
talking
not
about
what-
the Big Bang
That's
theory.
not what it
suggests
says.
The Big Bang
that's not
didn't
what
come from nothing.
Yeah, it's not that. That is something. The same way that you can say that atheists, for example, that it's a regular straw man of the Sky Daddy, like some kind of a quip. That idea that atheists believe that we came from nothing, that is also the same, on the exact same level of a straw man of the opposing position for no
Well,
reason. No, we don't believe that.
It's not a straw man, because the
No,
first
it is.
the first law of thermodynamics says matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, and,
So
and
there's
the
more.
Big Bang doesn't argue that all
and
matter
right
was
there,
created.
You've disproven
Oh my God.
every single creating God with the first
that's
law of
the-
thermodynamics.
Okay.
We're talking
No.
about
Right there.
Hang on.
first.
Wait,
Let
that
me-
are we?
let me-
We're talking about
That's
Christian's
fine.
opening
Fine.
first.
If you
and
go
then
to
we'll
my
move to the
video
atheist.
section, I have a debate with Witero, that exact same thing. It
So-
doesn't mean that it's not, it's like, it's a straw man. You need to understand that, and we're going to move on to the atheist side opening.
Yeah, he
Oh,
doesn't know what the
one second.
first law of thermodynamics even is.
Yeah.
That's wrong. You got it wrong.
It's not, it doesn't
Well,
work.
that's a colloquialism of the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah,
But I'll engage with it anyway. Let's say, for argument's sake,
No,
that
no,
is
no,
the
no,
actual-
no. I don't
No,
want to
just
talk
so
about
Max,
that.
come on.
No,
Like,
no.
because it's a super
No,
simple
we're
question.
going to get
It-
super
come on,
derailed,
it's
and
one
there's
question.
so many of us. I want to go on with the opening for the atheist side. I already asked you about your opening, Amanda. What did you think about Aron's opening?
Aron, I've heard that opening so many times over, and I love it every single time. I don't know why. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of Aron Ra, and hearing him sitting there next to me, basically, arguing his position, I was just like, I was a bit starstruck, just being there, I guess.
All right, thank you so much. Beer the Doctor.
Well, obviously, as a Christian, I didn't agree with his opening. I think that typically, I mean, I've heard him speak many other times before. The problem is I feel like where he was coming from, it was very much a straw man, and typically where I've heard him speak is always he creates a narrative based on his personal situation that he has gone through, and that is his determining factor of who God is. I didn't think his opening statement was very convincing, and any more than I thought his arguments throughout the debate were very convincing either. So I'll leave it there because we got a lot.
I saw there was a little bit of friction there.
It was all in good fun. I thought I enjoyed because I feel like in the debates that I've seen him, he loves to poke poke the bear, and that's one of his favorite things to do. So I figured I would if you're going to say something that's contradictory, I'll call it out just like he would call it out in a debate.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. I missed this one, Basil, for $5. Aron Ra needs to chill. He's not Matt. He's no Matt Dillahunty.
Monkey.
Who's Aron Ra?
I love Matt Dillahunty as well. I would love to have him as a debate partner as well. He's a very good debater.
Yeah, he'd do a decent job, but you'd get about 3 words out in that entire debate.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he'd probably freak out and leave.
The man, the legend, the one, the only, Mr. Isa. Thoughts on the atheist opening?
So I think the atheist openings were better than the theists as a team. And this isn't, we're looking, from my opinion, it's not about who we agree with more. It's about who's laying out the better argument. I think, like I said before, I think Bryce held down a much better argument that was logical and that you could follow for the theists. I think both the atheists kind of were more synergized and were together on their approach, which I think was more successful as an opening. I definitely like First Amender's presentation because he was... So the difference between, certain kind of atheist educators is that sometimes you can get really bogged down by science, math, all of these kind of terminologies and stuff like that people can't follow. So I think it was very good that since First Amender's opening was more erudite, I would say. It was more complex to follow. I think him having a presentation was very good, and it was a very clear, easy presentation to follow. So I think that was really strong from his argument. I think Aron Ra he's a pro at the game. He's been doing this, I don't know, for decades. I've seen him from a long, long time ago. I think when I was a teenager, I saw him doing this.
It's been on YouTube since 2008, isn't it? Peter?
Yeah,
Something like that.
he's been on. Yeah. Wow. He's been on for a very long time.
He's been doing it long before he went on YouTube. He started out.
Learned a lot about
I forgot what it's called.
Quick.
You learn a lot about evolution and paleontology from him. Aron Ra shouldn't do philosophy though.
I learned actually a lot from him too, and I had to de-learn.
Aron doesn't do philosophy.
Quick sidebar, Peter. I really hope Aron does consider me in potential partners for future debates, and he doesn't think that I was too far off topic. Would you be willing to put a good word in for me? Because I really am a huge fan of him. Huh?
I don't think I need to put a good word in. I think so. I just had him on the phone for just a few seconds about something else, but I did bring up the debate briefly. I think he enjoyed himself at least.
Okay,
so
that's good.
That's a good thing.
Did he talk about me at all?
If he had some bad thoughts about you, he would have told me immediately, and he didn't. So
good.
Could you put in a good word for me?
Good, I appreciate
I'll
it.
put
No,
in a
I
good
just
word for
seriously,
anyone
I'm a big
Thanks,
fan of
man.
him, and listen, I'm working on
who's
building my
honest
platform.
and sincere.
Okay, good.
Emperor Fat Ass Dogs for $4.99 says, "Can I get a Protestant versus Orthodox debate with the Orthodox guy one of these days, anytime?"
That'd be a really good idea, Max.
Mashallah.
A really good idea.
Oh,
Hey, Max.
that was who was just now on Emperor Fat Ass Dogs. Yeah, I know him from MDD. Yes, dude. Here, I'll put my email. My mx6.uy, and this is my email. You can email me, and we can.
Max, I gotta take off. Max.
Okay. Anything you would like to say before you go?
I gotta go soon as well, but I'll chill for a bit.
Before you go.
I'm just not doing very well lately, so I just need to rest.
We'll pray for you, man. We'll pray
I
for
hope you get well.
By the way, if you're not
Brenda.
subscribed to my channel, consider subscribing.
Take care. Yes.
I'm a very small
Subscribe
YouTuber.
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
getting very
first-
close to 1,000 subs.
First Amendment like sympathy. It's just yeah. See you, Brenda. By the way, subscribe.
Emperor Fat Ass Dogs. Here you have the first one is my Discord. The second one
Endless,
is my
I love it.
email. You can email me and we can set that up. And Bryce says, which is true, Protestantism or Orthodoxy? I will go at it with Emperor. I don't mind. Awesome. We'll set it up.
So that's an easy one.
Why
That's an easy one to answer. Neither.
So finishing up what I was
Yes,
saying
go ahead,
before.
Isa. Sorry. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so the point that I was making is I said that Aron Ra is kind of a pro at the game here. So he has his statements. So he knows what he wants to say, and he's very good at saying it. He knows how to package it. So in these debates, you need to know how to deliver. So he's the inverse of Anthony. Anthony was mumbling. You could barely hear what he was saying. He's not good at public speaking. I'm sorry. He just wasn't. He couldn't deliver what he was saying. Aron Ra was the opposite, where he was very clear. You understood what his arguments were, and they were very easy to follow. And I think when you're doing this for a very long time, you can become really good at doing that. And I think, Anthony needs to learn how to do that in engaging this, especially when you're dealing with theology and religion. A lot of people have no idea what your religion is, and just assuming, you come to your audience and you think that people are just going to know what you're saying, that's not going to work. So Aron Ra spoke very simply, which I think was really good, and he's very good at delivering the kind of message he wants to deliver. Whether you agree with his content or not, that doesn't matter. What matters is how he delivers his content. And I think he did that successfully. So I think overall, the Atheists delivered a better opening. It was easier to follow. It was clearer, better presentation, and much more succinct points to follow. So that's my 2 cents on it all.
All right. Thank you so much. Peter.
Yeah. So I was surprised by First Amender's opening in a good way, because apparently he knew what Aron's opening might be like, so he chose a completely different route for his own, which I think was a pretty good one. He laid out the premises clearly, and everything that is wrong with him. Christianity for not being logical. When it comes to Aron, I know Aron's approach. Aron is not just an atheist, but he's also a science communicator. And so Aron will always take the path of science and empiricism when he's doing debates like this, because that is his field. It's not a shortcoming that he doesn't do anything else. This is his field. And I know for a fact that he hates philosophy, so he won't engage in any philosophical debates because he doesn't care for that. And yeah, I mean, Aron's openings are always clear and precise. So it's the opposite of the theists, which I think they never even touched on the topic of the debate, whereas I think both atheists did exactly that. They didn't go to any denominations or any fringe thoughts within Christianity. They took on Christianity as a whole, which I still think is important if that's the topic of the debate. And I didn't even know that they came up with the topic. So that makes it even worse that they didn't even address it during their opening statements.
All right. Thank you so much. Ale said he didn't watch those. So Frank, go ahead. Thoughts on the atheist opening?
Obviously, I thought that they were very impressive. Probably some of the greatest debates I've ever heard in my entire life. Come on, I'm trying to make the show interesting.
Yeah, you're failing at that. So
thank
just
you, man.
answer
Hey,
the
Max, I'm
question.
trying to help you out. I love you, man.
Yeah, you're
I really love
failing
you.
at that too. So answer the question.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I thought they were pretty bad. I don't think they addressed anything within their worldviews. They just sort of, again, presupposed their own worldviews onto the other person's worldviews and then said, why isn't your worldview consistent with mine? So, yeah, I thought they were pretty bad. So, but yeah, I'll yield my time.
All right. Fresh didn't
Can I respond real quick to that?
Joke. 1 second.
No.
Max?
Fresh didn't understand the joke. No, I'm the funny one here. He's failing at trying to make the show entertaining, which it is.
Is that Fresh? So real.
So, yeah.
He's from the land down under.
I wanted to respond to Frank. So
Sure.
there was a topic of the debate. The atheists weren't here to defend their own position. That was not even part of the debate. The debate was, is Christianity logical? Christianity can be logical and illogical, which has nothing to do with being an atheist or not being an atheist. You could go there from the point of view of a Muslim. You could go there from the point of view of a Hindu. It has nothing to do with their own position. So saying that they didn't address that, yeah, they didn't, because that wasn't part of the debate.
I never said what you just said, so I've no clue what you're talking about.
You literally just said that they didn't address their
Well,
own
no,
position.
I said they didn't address their worldview, their actual worldview. They didn't.
Because it
we're
wasn't
not
part of
getting
the
into
debate.
It
presuppositionalism.
wasn't part of it wasn't within the scope of the debate, dude. That's
Is Christianity logical? Is not getting into their worldview is not part of the debate?
No.
Because this was not a worldview debate, Frank. This was a
Christianity is the
debate.
worldview.
Right, Christianity is.
So we don't have to talk about atheism then.
So hang on, let me ask Frank,
who was
let me ask
talking
Frank,
about atheism? It was a defense.
You.
Let me ask Frank.
Maybe you guys aren't understanding. Maybe I'll explain.
No,
it
we do
again.
understand. You're wrong. You're just wrong.
Okay, well maybe I'm doing a bad job, Max. Can I explain it? I'm gonna be serious for a second, okay? What you guys did was say you looked at Christianity and then you said, why is Christianity not consistent in your own worldview? That's what you did the entire debate, is what I saw.
No.
I know you disagree with that.
As a matter of fact, whether or not Christianity is logical or illogical wasn't even mentioned during the entire debate, even though First Amender brought it up, that they should be talking about it. Aron brought it up. Even Max brought it up, that they should go back on the topic of the debate. And it never happened. Not for the entire debate, because it was a matter of whether or not Eastern Orthodoxy was logical or illogical.
I believe
which was not the topic of the debate.
Well, I believe that the reason why that they could not
worldview
stay on the topic of the debate is because when it comes to Christianity, Christianity is not a framework of logic. Christianity is a framework of faith devoid of logic. You have to avoid the usage of logic and instead place faith over logic. People will say it's not something based on fact. It's based on faith. Having faith.
Frank, hold on. Can you pause for just a minute, Frank? I'm a Christian.
They're addressing to me, right?
All right.
If you want to go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, hang on. I've been trying to get into Ask Frank a question.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I'm genuinely confused where you're saying that. I mean, and specifically First Amender here, who
I give an example.
The First Amender rocked up with a concatenated logical syllogism. And the whole, or in the significant chunk, or the vast majority of the syllogism from memory, was actually attacking attributes of the foundational
deity. Can you give me an example?
Well, for example, the notion that First Amender made with the, the rock, and that was
acting within space-time performing miracles within space-time or any empirical evidence of the existence of God within space-time cannot be proven.
Right there.
We
Okay,
couldn't
right
show
there.
it. And then the second thing is outside of space-time and attributing anthropomorphizations beyond space-time. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, but Frank, those are attributes that Christians say that their God has. And First Amendment took a logical argument to state,
which was empiricism.
This
which
doesn't
was
make
based
sense.
off empiricism, right? Because you just said empirical data, right?
I mean, everything that you know is going to be derived on sense data, including your Bible.
We're not empiricists.
Okay, so then you have to eschew all of reality in order to logic your God into existence.
First Amendment, this is so like first grader of you. We're not empiricists. There's more ways to prove things than just empiricism in our worldview. We're not like you're not like us.
Name
Frank, you are empiricist. You just don't like to admit it.
Frank, you've made claims.
We're not empiricists. What is empiricism?
You're again making a mistake, Frank, because the topic of the debate wasn't whether or not Christianity is logical in your worldview. That last part, in your worldview, wasn't part of the topic of the debate.
Right.
Frank, you could.
So I don't know why you are bringing in your worldview, because your worldview has nothing. Your worldview has nothing to do with the topic of the debate.
That like it's a neutral. There's like some sort of neutral worldview that we can just step back and we can sort of analyze everything. What are you talking about? What worldview does it need to be logically?
Frank,
empiricism.
One second. You're not understanding that the scope of the debate is not to talk about the atheist worldview. In this case, this is like Christianity on trial. Is it logical? Yes. So everyone is justified in speaking only about Christianity. There's
Max.
not a problem there.
Is it
so Frank?
I've been kind of sitting here listening. Can I ask a question to Max real quick?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So like saying like, is Christianity logical? Right. That's the reason why in my opening I explicitly stated that whether or not something can be verified within the atheist worldview, like for example, holding hard empiricism or something like that, doesn't automatically purport to logicality. And First Amender and Aron Ra explicitly conceded that multiple times in the debate, that there was ways to actually show that things can be logical even without empirical data. So even though that obviously the debate was explicitly towards us, when they determined something as logical explicitly off of the fact that it cannot be empirically verified, my critique was that is not how you actually internally critique anything at all. Because you have to then show that empiricism is necessary in order for something to be logical, which is not true. They conceded that multiple times.
I can help you out. The empiricism is just operating under the theory that all knowledge is derived from your sense experience. So concepts such as reading a book or hearing somebody say something, like for example, somebody could state, hey, this miracle happened. You are hearing them say something and applying that as a part of your knowledge lexicon. So
when you process that knowledge,
the very factor, yes, it is, because you're using your sense experience to derive knowledge. So I'm asking you, let's say if I removed all of your senses, every single sense from birth, what could you know?
Oh, I mean, like if were you talking about like feeling as well, or like everything whatsoever?
That's part of sense experience. Correct.
Well, I guess I could kind of put it like this:
no sight, no smell, no touch, no what?
Okay, let's say you have none of those things.
Other than exist in a
I got you. I'm gonna address it. Okay, let's say that there's a human being who has absolutely zero senses in terms of their touch, smell, like the 5 or 6.
Yeah. What could you know?
Yeah. Well, no. My thing that I was going to say is, can they think?
I mean, they are thinking internally, but they're just kind of in a void.
What sense?
They have no sense. They have no sense. I'm saying.
So what are they using?
No,
to process data.
I'm asking you once again. You're not answering my question. What knowledge can you gain having zero senses?
They could simply just eternally ask themselves, what am I and where am I?
how can you even establish a source, a singular body?
You literally
if you
just said
will?
yourself that people could think if they don't have any senses. You just said that.
If I had to guess what they would be
can still
thinking, what would it be like?
without any
They
senses.
can't gain the knowledge what they are and where
So what
they
are they
are.
thinking
So
about
they
if they
can
have no
keep
knowledge?
You have
questioning.
to posit
You're
empiricism.
avoiding the question that Amender is asking. He's asking, how can you gain knowledge? And you say, you can question things, yes, but you're not going to get any answers. So how do you gain knowledge?
That's still thinking.
That's still thinking.
That's still thinking, yeah.
That means you're possessing knowledge still.
Thinking doesn't
Identity.
Thinking doesn't
Like-
lead to
There's
knowledge
still
if
some
you
sort of
don't have
identity.
any
You may
other
not
input.
understand the references, but there's still identity there.
Frank, shut the fuck up.
So based on Amender's his definition of empiricism, it's based on sense experience. If that's our basis for our empirical grounds, then I can say the Bible is true because I can read it with my sense of sight. I can study it with my mind.
Except when we look at predictive outcomes.
And you can verify.
Oh my God.
Because
we look at
the
predictive
claims that it makes, right?
Yes, you can verify the claims that it makes, and then when we observe things like the flood, or go ahead.
So yeah, Amender, one second. So that you're now adding additional parameters. Your original parameter was that it's based on sense experience, and so then your big argument was what can we know outside of our sense experience? Well, my knowledge of the Bible is knowledge based on my sense experience. So before you interrupt. I'm using my sense experience, my empirical sense experience of sight, of if I listen to it, sound, touch. Those are all, and then my knowledge base, my understanding of this historically, my understanding of the truth of it, that is my empirical evidence, and it's based on my senses. You're then trying to import an additional parameter of your sense experience and your parameters. So that is a difference.
Bearden, I think you're making one big mistake there. Because I agree with you that reading the Bible, you can gain knowledge about the Bible. But do you gain knowledge about the claims that the Bible makes, whether they're true or false, by just reading the Bible?
And then, secondly, we can go and use our. We can presume.
That's a specific question. Amender, hold on. Please let him answer this.
I have to go to bed soon.
If you're reading the Bible, can you then, by just reading the Bible, verify the claims the Bible makes, whether they're true or false?
I could do that in the exact same parameter of reading any single book. By only reading that single book, gain any knowledge based on any topic. If I'm only reading that single book,
it was a yes or no question.
All right.
Wait.
It was a simple yes or no question. Can you verify the claims the Bible makes just by reading the Bible and doing nothing else? That's a yes or no question.
And obviously,
the answer that's a separate
answer
question
is no.
whether or not it's empirical evidence.
Yeah, but
the answer is no. The answer is no. I'll help you out. The answer is no. I know you don't want to say that, but the answer is no.
That's what I want to bring up. Is that you're being a little bit facetious in that we're not talking about you acquiring knowledge of reading the book. It's about whether what the book says is true. So that's a little bit of a switcheroo there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could read a book that has minotaurs, centaurs, and fucking unicorns in it. I don't worry about running them over when I'm driving through the countryside.
So for example, so a good example is I feel like it comes to a bit like the protection of it feels like that maybe that I'm just like attacking people's like personal identity, which is their Christianity or Catholicism, whatever it is, Eastern Orthodoxy. But say, for example, like, yes, I could read Harry Potter and I gain the knowledge of what happened with Harry Potter. But here's what's cool about Harry Potter is that I could test the claims being made by Harry Potter. For example, hey, in this particular area, in this very real train station, if I run up to this pillar, I'm going to transport myself through into Harry Potter world, right? But
Sure.
obviously, if I did that, all I'm going to get is likely a broken nose and a broken forehead, to where I can then say, Harry Potter is not real. You can't phase through physical walls. So this is kind of the problem when it comes to the Bible. We operate with the knowledge saying, hey, the Bible is true. But when we say, for example, have the Noah's flood account, we find no empirical evidence that a global flood ever happened. And really, if you think about it from a logical standpoint, it really is impossible. For example, how the fuck did kangaroos make it all the way to Australia? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's a misinterpretation and misunderstanding. It does not say a global. It says a worldwide. It is specifically referencing their world as that knowledge base.
All right, great. I'm just going to ask you very simply. I asked this very simply. I can assume that the Mediterranean is what flooded. That's fine. No problem. So,
okay, the biblical authors had no knowledge of Australia. They had no knowledge
bearded
of
doctor,
other places. So
I'm just going to ask you, do you believe plants existed prior to the sun?
So that again, if you read Genesis 1:5 actually says that the light was existing. Now, I will also say this.
I know what it says.
Hold on.
It literally argues that the plant existed before the sun. So I'm asking you, just clearly, did plants exist before the sun?
It doesn't say that the sun was.
Oh, Jesus Christ! It does. It very much does.
When the sun goes bye-bye at night,
1000% does.
Like what?
Let me also say that.
Yeah, plants. All the plants will die if the sun disappeared. Are you fucking serious? Holy shit!
They all die. They all die at night.
Yeah, they're all dead. Yeah, in fact, everybody is dead. Everybody is dead if the sun disappeared. Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm looking outside. I don't see the sun. I guess I'm dead. I don't.
The Bible
what the fuck? The sun is still there. Holy crap!
Okay, the Bible does not claim to be.
This is brain rotted, dude.
It is.
I gotta go to bed.
I'm actually giving you an answer that
probably will appreciate. But I gotta start.
The Bible does not claim to be a science textbook. It is an early first century Hebrew that was written with a lot of metaphor, that was written with a lot of allegory, that was written with with history in mind. But a large portion of what was written in there was from a wide variety of authors. So do I necessarily think that it is a science textbook? No, I don't. Do I think that of all of the ancient documents that have any type of origin story that there was? I'm sorry, the way you're standing right now makes it look like you're either throwing up.
He's proving Harry Potter. He's got the cloak of invisibility right now, and I was about to do this. I was about to do the same thing. I can wave my arms and nothing's going to happen. But if I say Accio Aron and I wave my hand, then he's right there behind me.
Can I address the Hogwarts thing real quick here?
Well, but let me finish what I was saying before First Amender completely rage quits on us. I will grant.
Stuff away because I got work in the morning.
I'm just messing with you, buddy. I'm just messing with you. I will grant that the Bible is not a science textbook. I will grant you that. I will grant that there is a lot of there are a lot of narratives that are allegorical. There's no problem with that. That basis, meaning that just because it is that in that capacity, that doesn't negate it being logical, because we believe a lot of things that are logical, but they're spoken to us.
I disagree with the allegorical claims. I find it very improbable to sit there and look at, for example, the very, very careful measurements that are very much there for not only Noah's Ark, but as well as the measurements and exactly how the Ark of the Covenant was supposed to be built. That's not allegorical. It's literal.
No, it's not.
There's plenty of books.
That's what I said.
There's plenty of books that are 1000% not allegorical at all. It's entirely evidence-based. And the Noah's Ark account is not allegorical. It is supposed to be a real account, in similar to the story of Adam and Eve. That one's probably filled with a lot of metaphor, but then the question is, why do people take it literally then?
How
because there's a lot of people.
How can we determine which is the literal part and which is the allegorical part.
I would say I know that one. The one that's absolutely not provable is probably not literal. At least
I was asking him though. Come on.
I was being facetious.
I have to go to bed, y'all.
I have to go. I have to go as well.
Because, I appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
I might need to do a show tomorrow, so I need to go get some sleep. It's
you got it. No problem.
Bye, everybody.
It's almost past.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a great night. That was fun. I enjoyed it. If you're not subscribed, be subscribed, please. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount really does count a lot. We are on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Bro, we're going to the moon, baby. We're not stopping at 1,000. We're not stopping at 10,000. We're not stopping at 100,000, bro. We are going to the moon. I'm telling you right now, right? So it starts at step 1, and we're already starting to gain traction. And so I appreciate y'all very much. Hit that bell icon if you have not hit it. There were a couple of super chats that were sent saying, I think it was somebody saying, thank you, Aron and Amender. You guys rock. I appreciate that. And from Media Watch stating, please tell me more about God after you died for 6 minutes and 13 seconds in 2023. Pants 4096 says 100 billion or I don't know if I'm going to get that popular, but yeah. Considering there's not even that many humans, but I don't know, maybe there will be aliens in the future and they're all like, we got to subscribe to First Amender's channel. And there's like, I don't know, 100 billion of them that are just like, we got to. All right. Yeah.